Good morning, members of Synod. This morning's session is largely devoted to safeguarding matters. Members will need GS 2184, which sets out the response to safeguarding recommendations made by ICSA in its final report into the Anglican Church, published last month. Members will also wish to refer to the financial statement in the second notice paper at pages 4 and 5. We shall begin shortly with a presentation under Standing Order 107. I would like to extend a particular welcome and express appreciation to 3 survivors, Jane Chavus, Ros Etwaria, and Jailo, for their willingness to take part in this presentation and for enabling us to hear from them directly today. Thank you for this valuable contribution to our proceedings and to our understanding of these matters. They will be joined by the National Director of Safeguarding, Melissa Caslake. The presentation will last for up to 30 minutes. At the end, I invite the Synod to keep silence for a space for personal reflection, and I shall draw that to a close with a short prayer. I shall then invite the Bishop of Huddersfield to speak and move item 17, and we shall then move to the debate. Members are reminded to use the blue hand icon to indicate a wish to speak. I know members of Synod will be well aware of the sensitivity and care with which we must approach any discussion of safeguarding matters. And I know that you will approach this morning's business with that same care. If anyone wishes to make contact with a safeguarding advisor following the Synod's consideration of these matters today, they can do so by contacting safeguardingeo@churchofengland.org, and that email address will be displayed in the chat for reference. Now, before I ask Melissa Caslake to introduce the presentation at item 16, I invite the Synod to pause for a moment in prayer. Almighty and ever-loving God, you call us to walk with integrity in the service of others. May our service be filled with kindness and respect for all God's people, giving special protection to children and the vulnerable. Give us grace that we may seek the truth, listen attentively to those wounded by abuse, and choose to act with compassion and justice. In your mercy, give us the strength to walk humbly and faithfully, and to love one another as we are so loved by you, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And so I now invite Melissa Caslake to introduce the presentation.
Good morning, Synod. Thank you, Chair. I am Melissa Caslake, the National Director for Safeguarding for the Church of England, and I'm introducing this presentation and debate on safeguarding. I am grateful to Synod for giving me this opportunity to speak and for enabling time to be given to debate this extremely important issue. Synod will be hearing later on from the Bishop of Huddersfield and Lead Bishop for Safeguarding, Jonathan Gibbs, who will open the debate. Bishop Jonathan will speak about the final report and all the recommendations arising for the Church of England from the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse. I would like to add to the context of this debate by recognising progress that has been made towards good safeguarding through the work of colleagues across the Church. For example, the recent launch of Safe Spaces, the revision of safeguarding training and policies, and an increased focus on building relationships and listening to victims and survivors. However, I also recognise that any progress we do make in safeguarding is often as a result of the time and attention that survivors themselves give to the problems that they see, and they continue to seek better outcomes, often at personal cost to themselves. I pay tribute today to all survivors of church-related abuse, and we also know that there is so much more to do, especially in listening, recognising and acting on what they tell us about their experiences. I know that victims and survivors of abuse may be watching this today. A virtual Zoom room is available all morning between 9 and 12:30 p.m. It is facilitated by a member of our national team, Godfred Bowen, for anyone who would like to talk or seek support. If you would like to receive the link, please email safeguardingeo@churchofengland.org. The link to this room has also been provided to colleagues in Maxas and Survivor Voices. I am extremely grateful to the following speakers who have decided to come and share their knowledge and experience with you today, and it is my privilege to introduce them to you now. Speaking first will be Jane Chavus and Rosette Waria. Jane is the co-founder of Survivors Voices, and Ros is the founder and project manager of littlerow.org. Speaking next will be Gilo, a survivor reference group member and co-editor of the book, Letters to a Broken Church. Thank you.
I'm sorry for the pause. Just want to check, is my colleague Ros here?
I'm here. Are we ready to start?
We're good to go.
Thank you. Greetings. I'm going to share with you equality, a fact that applies all around the world, across race, class, income, and gender, and any other artificial division of humans. But it's not grand. Children are sexually abused universally. The stats by 1 in 4 read that 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys are abused. But years of experience show us that those figures are much, much higher. I'm Rosette Waria from littlerow.org and an ambassador for Survivors Voices. We offer help, hope, and healing. And so, along with Jane from Survivors Voices, we want to share the opinions of victim survivors from our Church of England focus group and beyond. Jane will magnify the story, but let me share the common ground. Children, the most vulnerable in our society, are abused. And that affects me and you. We don't have to have suffered individual violation. The scars affect generation after generation after generation. Physical and mental health too. From blood pressure to emotional meltdowns. You see, the amygdala, the center of our emotions, is affected by childhood sexual abuse. And that has a massive impact on trust. You see, the ability to trust is marred. It's time to turn the other cheek. But that's an opportunity for the Church of England to lead the way globally. And they can do this by recognizing that sorry can be the strongest word. By an independent investigation into abuse. You see, he who pays the piper calls the tune. So that doesn't grow trust. So to build bridges with victim survivors, there needs to be independent investigations. And thirdly, by collaborating with victim survivors and taking and making the victim survivor the centre of the approach. And now I will pass you on to Jane, whose story is my story. It's our story, and it's Jane's story. Jane.
Good morning. If my father died suddenly, what would you say to me? I want you to hold that thought. I want to share with you today as a person with a story, not as a 1 in 4 statistic. It's a difficult story, but also a hopeful one. It's a story of connection and compassion and collaboration. At the age of 13, the church was my refuge. I've been sexually abused by my father for as long as I can remember. I joined a church choir and youth group, and I found joy in the liturgy and a family, a place where I felt safe and had worth. The church was my sanctuary throughout my teenage years, which were marred by multiple experiences of sexual abuse and vulnerability. I told no one because I was ashamed and scared. But our deaconess saw my troubled soul, and she held a safe space for me. She listened. I shared my feelings, and her generous heart gave me some connection and brought me to the unconditional love of God. I spent many hours in Our Lady Chapel, weeping, praying, and lying in the soothing arms of Jesus. Through depression and anorexia, self-harming, suicide attempts, I was hurting so badly, I wanted to be with God more than I wanted to be alive. The church was my salvation. That is the power of a church that holds a safe space, that listens and meets survivors with care and compassion and love. When I was 18, I lost the church, my safe place. In my vulnerability, 2 priests raped me and sexually abused me. The worst part was the spiritual abuse. They told me this is what God wanted. This was an expression of God's love. I lost trust in the church. So it was many years before I found the courage to report the abuse. Sadly, the reporting to not 1 but 2 bishops added to the emotional distress. After years of trying, I gave up. Not being believed does that. I want you to just think back to when I told you at the start that my father died. What was your reaction to my loss? Did you wonder if I was telling the truth? Did you think, refer her immediately to a bereavement counsellor? Or did you want to show me compassion? I'm sure that's what all of us would want to do when people come to us who are grieving. And you see, abuse is not just a betrayal, it's a loss. It's a huge loss. A loss of self, a loss of identity, a loss of safety, a loss of connection, and a loss of worth. So, and healing is a grieving process. So how is it impossible for the church to have a safeguarding process that says to survivors, we believe you. We're so sorry. How can we put things right? Because that's not what happens. Last year, I reported again. And after 13 months of a core group process, I got, we can't say if we believe you. It was too long ago to be important now. It doesn't matter enough to hold anyone accountable. How did safeguarding become about risks and secrets and not compassion and justice? When did we contract out healing and pastoral care and spiritual care? And how did we create a safeguarding machine that excludes survivors? So, how do we turn the other cheek? Wolf talks about love shaping the very content of justice. And that means justice that is restorative for everyone affected by abuse. And that means all of us, yes, even bishops. That means justice that is accountable because it's independent. And it means justice that is collaborative with survivors at the centre. This is one of those kairos moments when we have an opportunity to turn it right around. It requires all of us to be bold and committed. So connect. Read letters to a broken church, then go and meet with survivors in your diocese. Apologise and ask them how you can restore trust. We can help you to find survivors and to meet with them safely. And be compassionate. Believe survivors and support them with recovery. And collaborate. Commit to co-producing everything with survivors. We all want to be a church that is free from abuse. And the good news is that we can change. And the key to that change is us, all of us. The poet Audre Lorde wrote, "It isn't difference which immobilizes us. It's silence." Don't be silent. Listen to us, hear us, and work with us. Thank you.
Good morning. We can hear you.
See if we can hear you. I can hear you on the broadcast. Is someone muted? Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Good morning. We can hear you. Thank you.
Do I start now?
Please do.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Please forgive me if I cough a bit. I'm living with long COVID, so I'm struggling with that a bit. Hello, Synod and chairs. I'm Gilo, and I'm here today representing the Survivors Reference Group, the SRG, survivors who have been trying to work cooperatively and proactively with the Church in recent years. We don't claim to represent the views of all survivors, but we do believe that all survivors should be heard. And we feel perhaps that it's a shame that only 20 minutes has been allocated to survivors' voices at this synod when safeguarding is so high on the agenda. It is survivors and our persistence in seeking truth and justice who have brought the Church to this point today. ICSA only came about after decades of abuse, denial, cover-up, and re-victimization of survivors. Recommendations from ICSA go so far, but are not the end of the story. Talk of the Church apologizing to survivors seems to us to be just more words. ICSA stated that lasting change will require more than platitudes. And at present, many bishops are hiding behind what we've seen as the centralized contrition by 2 archbishops, which in effect allows the rest of the senior layer to hide behind a fire blanket. Genuine apology must show genuine repentance and atonement. This should include, we feel, ownership of all the many re-abusive harms that have been visited upon survivors, and a public act of penance. There must be real accountability. Despite all of the reviews, reports, inquiries, and even after ICSA, nobody in authority has been prosecuted, really held to account, or even really disciplined over failures to protect, covering up, or the appalling treatment of survivors. So the SRG calls for real ownership of such bad behaviours as disclosure denial and walking away, silencing, gaslighting, distancing, dishonesty, and complicity with corruption. Some of us have already started calling for published letters of apology, and some of us believe that resignations for some of these behaviours are appropriate. The culture of the Church won't change until there is real accountability, and that accountability stretches, or should stretch, across the highest level of the Church. There must be genuine and heartfelt commitment to never letting all of this happen again. As for other recommendations, when operational responsibility for safeguarding is removed from bishops, they still retain statutory and should retain moral responsibility and accountability for failures. It should not be a get out of jail free card. When the DSA structure is made accountable to an independent body, the NST also must be made fully accountable and subject to external oversight. We have a fear that a huge new bureaucratic and expensive structure will be created with a new NCI, National Church Institute, with even more layers of increasing complexity, which does little to improve effectiveness. Keep it simple. Genuine external independent oversight. Remove the national safeguarding team from the control of Archbishop's Council, comms layer, lawyer, management layer. The NST will need to be redesigned after years of what we perceive as control, manipulation, and poor practice from within church house culture. And this should involve serious input from survivors. Part of atonement is the redress scheme, and we acknowledge that the interim support scheme is already up and running. But this is just a lifeboat to prevent survivors drowning whilst waiting for the actual redress scheme. And we are conscious that the interim support scheme has already begun to move considerably from the lead bishop's statement about it in Church Times. So there is much work that is needing to be doing all the time. The final scheme must be properly resourced and funded. ICSA recognised the lifelong impact of abuse. I'm going to say that again. The lifelong impact of abuse and the needs of survivors, and so the church must too. You're looking at lifelong impact here, incidentally. We urge you to end association with the lawyers and other agents and reputational launderers and so forth, who have already brought survivors much harm and the church much reputational damage through unethical and dishonest tactics. Letters from survivors about this have already gone to the lead bishops. We feel that you have a moral duty not only to your own survivors, but to others as well, to ensure that these lawyers and insurers are held to account for their unethical practices. We believe you should call on them to help repair the damage by paying substantially into your redress scheme. And crucially, we say that redress must include all who have previously gone through this broken system. But redress is more than that. Redress also needs to involve reconciliation, and this too must be survivor-centred. Restorative justice when asked for, and even if not, restorative justice offered. So we believe that the church should set up a truth and reconciliation process. The whole of the redress scheme and the restorative justice scheme, all of these things which add to the repair of lives in the face of often catastrophic loss of housing, loss of jobs, loss of pension, loss of income, and loss of savings that we are aware many people live with. All of these things must be designed, as Jane and Ros said, in full co-production with survivors. And that survivor input and expertise must be properly resourced and remunerated. We're aware that there are synod elections next year, and we look forward to support from new members. And at this point, I'd like to thank synod members who have stood with us in the fight for truth and justice. You know who many of them are. Some of us would not be here today without your encouragement and support in facing down systemic cruelty and corruption. I'll end where I started. Implementing the ICSA recommendations will only go part of the way to improving things. A clear majority of survivors support the introduction of well-designed mandatory reporting within the statutory framework, so that knowledge or concerns about abuse of children in regulated activities must, not should, must be reported to the statutory authorities, with legal consequences for failure to do so. If Synod members are unsure what mandatory reporting involves, we'd urge and encourage you to look at the Mandate Now website, Mandate Now, which outlines a very full, simple, clear introduction to MR, as it's often known. If the Church officially gets behind the call for MR, which is almost certainly likely to be one of the recommendations at the close of ICSA next year, then the Church can use its power and its influence to benefit the whole of society, protect children today and into the future. The Church can ensure that the decades-long scandal in your church is never allowed to happen again. Chair and Synod, thank you very much.
Thank you so much to those speakers, Jane, Ros and Gilo, for their powerful presentations. I know that Synod will be greatly moved by everything that they have heard this morning. Thank you again.
And may I, from the chair, add my own thanks to Ros, to Jane and to Gilo for sharing their stories with us this morning. And in order that we can pause for our own reflection on them, I now invite the Synod to spend a moment in silent reflection, which I will bring to an end with a prayer. Lord, renew your church in the love of truth and in passion for justice. Take from us all hypocrisy and deceit, and teach us to serve with humility and honesty those whose lives are broken. May your Son, the Good Shepherd, guide and shape the life of your church, that all may find a welcome, secure in your presence. We ask this through Jesus, the Lord of the Church. Amen. And so I now invite the Bishop of Huddersfield to speak to and move item 17. Bishop, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Jonathan Gibbs, Bishop of Huddersfield. Jonathan Gibbs, Bishop of Huddersfield. Jonathan Gibbs, Bishop of Huddersfield.
We can hear you, Bishop.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. My apologies. Jonathan Gibbs, Bishop of Huddersfield, 51. Synod, the most important voices that you will hear today are those of the survivors who spoke a few minutes ago during the presentation. I am enormously grateful to Roz, Jane and Gilo for being willing to speak to us today, for challenging us and making us feel uncomfortable, and for being prepared to work with us to hold the church to account and to enable us to see ourselves as others see us. Theirs are the voices we must seek above all to hear and to heed. The motion before us today has three main elements: a full acceptance of the ICSA report, a sincere apology to victims and survivors for the harm done by the church, and endorsing and committing Synod to urgently implementing the 6 recommendations outlined in GS 2184. Let me begin with the 6 specific recommendations in the report relating to the Church of England. These represent vital next steps on the journey, though in themselves they are by no means the end of the journey. Let me summarise them briefly. Firstly, proposals for the structure of safeguarding in the Church of England. Here there are 2 main elements. Diocesan safeguarding advisors should become diocesan safeguarding officers to indicate their right to make independent decisions about safeguarding matters. And in turn, they should be professionally supervised and quality assured. The word managed is also used by the National Safeguarding Team. Secondly, revising the clergy discipline measure. Here, there are a number of proposals, with 2 headlines being dropping the 12-month time limit on safeguarding-related complaints and reintroducing the penalty of deposition from holy orders in the most serious cases. Thirdly, there are 2 recommendations relating to information sharing with the Church in Wales and with statutory sector partners. Fourthly, most importantly, the report recommends the introduction of a consistent national policy on support for victims and survivors. This needs to cover everything from our initial response at the time of disclosure and reporting through to what should be included in a redress scheme, to which Synod committed itself in principle back in February. As Synod members are aware, an interim pilot support scheme has begun operating in the last few weeks with the support of the Archbishop's Council, and a project manager has just been appointed to begin work on scoping and designing the redress scheme. Finally, continuing with external auditing, which the Church of England has begun to do in recent years with 5 yearly audits of dioceses and cathedrals. Synod, I hope that none of these recommendations would be controversial for any of us, and that you will wholeheartedly and unanimously support their adoption today. Working backwards through the motion, the second clause states that Synod sincerely apologises to victims and survivors for the harm done by the Church. Now, let's be quite clear. We do indeed owe that apology to victims and survivors, and that will continue to be the case in the future. But we have been issuing apologies like this for quite a long time, and we need to be absolutely clear that this alone is not enough and may even be starting to wear rather thin. We need to understand that apologies in themselves are not sufficient and can actually become meaningless or worse if they are not backed up with specific action. Which brings me to the final element, which is contained in the first clause of the motion. This Synod fully accepts the ICSA report. Let's think for a moment about what full acceptance of the ICSA report actually means. It means hearing and taking to heart the profoundly shocking picture which the report paints of the failure of the Church to protect children and vulnerable adults from sexual abuse, of our failure to respond adequately when victims and others came forward to report abuse, and of the way in which church people's responses were more shaped by a concern to protect perpetrators and the reputation of the church than to protect and support those who had suffered abuse. It also means accepting that these failings cannot just be consigned to the past. In 2018 alone, 449 concerns about sexual abuse were reported, with over half involving church officers, ordained and lay. Yes, the report acknowledges that a lot of progress has been made in recent years, with significant increased investment in safeguarding, greater awareness of the issues across the church, and much excellent work being done by safeguarding professionals and others at all levels. But the report also makes it clear that, as well as the specific recommendations that it makes, there is still much to be done to change the culture of the church, especially around issues of deference and the exercise of power, as well as to ensure the provision of adequate resources to continue improving the church's safeguarding work and to respond with justice and compassion to victims and survivors. Synod, full acceptance of the ICSA report means going beyond the 6 specific recommendations that I've outlined already. It means taking seriously the kind of culture change that is still needed in the church so that abuse cannot be hidden and abusers cannot hide. It means accepting the cost in terms of time and resources of ensuring that safeguarding training really does transform people's attitudes and perceptions rather than just teaching them to jump through hoops. It means putting in place structures of oversight at all levels that help ensure operational decisions are made by professionals with appropriate expertise, independent of interference or pressure from elsewhere within the church. Above all, it means putting victims and survivors at the heart of our concerns, so that we work and journey with them to help them rebuild their lives. And that will come at a serious cost, and so it should, as we develop plans for supporting survivors and for redress. Synod, there have been some real signs of encouragement recently, especially the Archbishop's Council's backing for the interim support scheme. But I am still concerned that there is a risk that we will not rise to the challenge. There are so many other calls on the church's time and attention and resources. There is still an inbuilt tendency for us to look to the interests of the institution rather than to heed the demands of justice and compassion. But the irony is that behaving like that would be catastrophic and in the end be far more costly for the church than being bold and generous now. Synod, I hope you will back this motion wholeheartedly and unanimously, but please do not let it stop there. I ask you to hold us to account in the years ahead. Hold the NST and the NSSG to account. Hold your bishops to account and your bishops' councils and your DBFs. Hold the House of Bishops to account and the Archbishop's Council and the Church Commissioners. Hold us all to account, time and time again if necessary. Today is another milestone in our journey, the journey towards greater justice for victims and survivors and to a church that is safer and healthier for all God's children. We have begun that journey, but I am aware that there are and will be obstacles along the way, obstacles to do with finance, structures, and the culture of the church. Synod, please join with me in committing not only to the recommendations before us today, but to the kind of deep personal and institutional change that our church so needs and that the kingdom of God demands. I move the motion standing in my name. Thank you.
Item 17 is now open for debate. The speech limit is 5 minutes. I call the Archbishop of Canterbury, followed by the Archdeacon of Tunbridge.
Justin Welby, 01 Canterbury. Thank you to the chair, but thank you most of all to the survivors who have put themselves in a place of pain and difficulty for the sake of justice. I hadn't prepared a speech before hearing them because I wanted to respond to them. And so please excuse me, there may be a slight lack of coherence. I want to support this motion very strongly indeed, and indeed in some ways to go further. Independence, certainly. Change within the church, certainly. On deference, on transparency. We might like to note and remember that the ICSA report and other reports have said that our lack of transparency over issues of sexuality has contributed to this trauma and hideous shame and over power, which is why we must have genuine independence. I've thanked the 3 survivors who spoke. I'm sure many others will. But we need to remember that today, amongst the bishops, amongst the members of Synod, there are other survivors, perhaps undeclared and unknown, for whom every word in this debate is profoundly painful. I cannot express deeply enough my sorrow at this whole subject having to be so important because our failures were so important. We need to accept that the reputation of the church has been devastated. I've done 2 interviews over the last 2 days on television, one with CNN, one with Newsnight. They were both about the 0.7% that we discussed on Monday, but in both of them, quite rightly, the challenge came implicitly or explicitly. But how can you talk about that thing? How can you lecture us on morality, given the ICSA report? The only way in which this Church of England will find its way to having any moral authority is by, as Gilo said, by repentance, by apology, by action, by reparation. Mandatory reporting, it seems to me that I liked what he said about that, but that is going to be for later. But I want to end with one very simple statement. We're too slow. We are too slow. Please hear the frustration in my voice. We approved redress in February, and it's just started. We do not have the structures, the systems that enable necessary decisions to be taken at the speed they should be taken in a way that says to survivors and victims, we are genuinely sorry. We must accept these recommendations. We must move with speed in order to have a system that does not guard the church, that is God's problem, but that guards justice and mercy and repentance and reconciliation and restorative justice. Anything less means our apologies are vain and our words are empty, and we will face justice from God if we do not seek God's mercy for our failures. Thank you, Chair.
the Archdeacon of Tunbridge, followed by Canon Paul Cartwright.
Julie Connolty, Rochester 199, Bishop's League for Safeguarding in the Diocese of Rochester, and I declare an interest in that I'm involved in a small way in the pilot of the interim support scheme. I want to talk about being Christ-like. The ICSA report revealed that we had repeatedly failed to model ourselves on Christ, the Christ who stood with the marginalised and the victims, who saw those who were overlooked, who included those who had been shunned. Worse still, we knew this. And if we hadn't witnessed firsthand the grooming, the manipulation, and the emotional, physical, sexual, and spiritual abuse, we had heard the stories. The survivors had been telling us. So what did we do? Did we fight for justice? Or did we focus on keeping the show on the road, keeping up appearances, like whitewashed sepulchres? Well, if you've read the ICSA report, I think you can reach your own conclusions. It isn't pretty. Synod, we have been talking about vision and strategy. I was asked recently about my vision for the Church of England, and I found myself saying this. My vision is that we will be brought to our knees. And what I meant was broken, humbled, and truly penitent. Because before we can be Christ-centered or Jesus-shaped, before we can see that new creation that we have been talking about, before all that, we need to address our failings, our sin, the times when we have abused, re-abused, and colluded with abuse. We also need to recognize that somehow we, the Church, have allowed our clericalism, our tribalism, our naivety, our concern for reputation, our culture of fear and secrecy about sexuality to corrupt us. And worse still, we have sought to keep it hidden. And so I want to say this, if we are at all serious about our vision and strategy for the 2020s, then we need to make some radical changes, top to bottom, across all our parishes and chaplaincies, in our church plants, in our online church. Being Jesus-shaped is not appearing like Christ while sustaining a culture that fosters abuse and cover-up. Safeguarding is being Christ-like. It is central to our mission. It should be at the core of our vision and strategy, running through every segment and strand. So let's add the word safer to those virtues that the Archbishop of York set out for us. Yes, humility is critical, but just appearing to be more humble will be a cosmetic cover-up unless we make some radical changes to the way we behave. Synod, we won't change the world unless we change first. I see some glimmers of hope in the pilot of the interim support scheme and in the proposal for the redress scheme. But above all, I see hope in Christ and in us being truly more shaped like him. The big question, however, is whether or not we are willing to be transformed. If not, then our strategy and vision will simply be a few more gallons of whitewash. Humbler just doesn't cut it, Synod. Broken, penitent, and transformed are closer to the mark. Let's start with this apology, but we need to go so much further. I support this motion.
After Canon Cartwright, Dr. Judith Maltby.
Paul Cartwright, Leeds 131. Chair, thank you for calling me, and thank you to the survivors who have shared their story today, and also the survivors who are watching online and who have shared stories, personal stories with individuals in Synod. These are the voices that are most important. These are the people who we are discussing today. And Synod, we have an opportunity here to not just to accept the 6 recommendations, but to go a stage further, because I don't think that the recommendations take it far enough. There's a great travesty, the fact that we've had to have ICSA. Actually, we should have put things right ourselves. Maybe at this point I should declare an interest. Some of you may see over my shoulder the certificates that have been awarded from the police. I've served as a police officer, and I still serve as a volunteer police officer. And I've been alongside people who have made that disclosure, maybe not from the church, but have made a disclosure that they've been sexually abused. I've been a family liaison officer that have supported people through such things. We're not just talking about theory here, we're talking about lives destroyed. And I think the question is, how do we build confidence in our processes? How do we rebuild confidence in our church? Archdeacon Julie's just spoken about being Christ-like, and I'm sure that if Jesus was to come into the church in relation to any kind of abuse, be it power, be it sexual abuse, be it to children or vulnerable adults, I could see him really turning the tables upside down. Which officers would he go to in our structures and close them down and say, we don't do it like this anymore? And so I think the only way in which we can actually build confidence is to remove this from the church. Yes, we need our safeguarding officers, and in my own diocese, we have safeguarding officers. I'm pleased to say we've tried to do things right. At least one of them is an ex-police officer who I served alongside. I know the integrity of the person. I know that there'd been no cover up there. But can we say this about every safeguarding team? Is there always the worry about reputational damage? That really shouldn't feature whatsoever in our actions. The only way that we'll be able to actually do that is by removing it from ourselves. So why not have an independent, not appointed by the church, but an independent body? Maybe they could look over other organisations as well. Maybe that would have been a great thing if ICSA had suggested that. And why not refer our cases to them? We can still do the work in-house, but we've got an external overview, not just appointing people to go into dioceses every few years to see how it's going. We could have had 5 years with things going wrong there. So Synod, I will support this wholeheartedly, but my prayer is that we go a stage further and that actually we remove it from the church and we bring that independence. Maybe that's some work that really needs to be done. And to those who are worried about reputational damage, I say, what a great shame. Reputational damage is already done. Thank you.
After Dr. Maltby, the Vicar General of the Province of York.
Judith Maltby, University's TEIs 452. Thank you, Chair, and a deep thank you to Jairo, Roz and Jane for sharing with us, and to you, Bishop Jonathan, for taking on this role for the whole church. I've just got 2 points. One is risks sounding like a broken record, but it concerns what the Archbishop has alluded to, the culture, the lack of transparency about human sexuality, the need for secrecy and discretion that we have in our church. And as a member of LLF, I, along with others, frequently thought we should be addressing that. And as we've discovered with the publication of LLF, that's been given to some other yet unnamed group. So my first point is a plea for joined up thinking here. ICSA says it, the Archbishop has said it, let's get some joined up thinking about human sexuality, the church's attitudes, so that we can become at least a safer church. So that's my first plea, which I admit I've been a bit of a broken record about. The second is more of a question for Bishop Jonathan. I would be interested in his reflections. I'm delighted to see that the 1-year rule for anything to do with safeguarding is to be done away with. And I'm just wondering what his thoughts are about why we didn't do that when we did it about abuse itself. What deep cultural protectionism was at the basis of that, since we've already made some adjustments, as I understand it, to the CDM process. So, sorry, Synod, a broken record remark, and then a question for the Bishop, and I thoroughly support this motion. Thank you.
After the Right Worshipful Peter Collier, the Bishop of London.
Peter Collier, 456, Vicar General, York. Chair, can I inquire as to the length of speeches at this point?
Still 5 minutes, Vicar General.
Thank you. I don't want in any way to detract from the evidence of the survivors, the things that they have said, and the big pictures. But part of this debate is about the 6 recommendations which we are committing ourselves to. And I declare an interest in that I'm chairing an Ecclesiastical Law Society working party reviewing the clergy discipline measure. GS 2184, in relation to recommendation 2 from ICSA, is misleading to the extent you may think that what's in the box above paragraph 18 is the ICSA recommendation. But as indicated by Jonathan earlier, Bishop Jonathan, there are specific recommendations that ICSA made. They are limited recommendations, and none of them is particularly controversial in relation to the clergy discipline measure. You might also think that the proposed limited details of reform described in paragraph 18 arise from the ICSA report. They do not. So there's a risk that when we produce a new measure, we do so by setting off from a flawed basis, as with the current measure. In 1996, the Synod Working Party produced a report entitled Under Authority, which produced a new system of clergy discipline. When that report was presented to Synod in November 1996, Synod asked that a separate grievance procedure should be included when the draft measure was presented. For some reason, that did not happen. The result was a measure that opened wide the door to complaints from the most serious to the most trivial, yet subjected them all to a complex procedure designed for the most serious cases. And that has led to many of the problems that are now well recognized and much evidenced through the Sheldon Hub community. Synod should understand that ICSA did not attempt any analysis of the CDM. It did not examine in detail any CDM cases in the way that it did analyze and examine issues and cases about child abuse. It was also working with a lack of data about how many cases there were in relation to child abuse. The only numbers they had were of complaints against clergy in relation to safeguarding generally. In 2017, that was said to be 39 cases. However, last year, after the ICSA hearing, the CDC for the first time asked in its annual returns for the number of complaints that related to misconduct of a sexual nature towards a child. In 2019, that was 6. None of those led to a tribunal hearing. They were either admitted or dealt with by way of automatic penalty following a criminal conviction. And in 14 years of tribunal hearings, there have been none in relation to sexual abuse of children. Any replacement measure must be based on a thorough analysis of the CDM, its weaknesses and its strengths, of which there are some, and also a proper understanding of the theology of discipline and the key role of the bishop in relation to discipline. GS 2184 does suggest a way forward by referring to professional standards. Our anxiety is that such a path could lead to the creation of a bureaucracy, akin to some of the regulatory bodies governing our secular professions. And for reasons set out in an addendum to our interim report, we counsel against such a route being taken. There are three clear different types of case. Serious misconduct that's likely to result in prohibition. That would clearly include any child abuse cases. Misconduct that is less than serious, and that may well include not following some guidelines and policy. That would result in lesser penalties. And thirdly, there are grievances that are in need of efforts to resolve them. All cases of all three types must be speedily investigated. We would suggest regional panels of people, independent of the diocesan structure, available to do that work and report to the bishop. Hopefully, those people might be able to work for resolution of what are clearly grievances along the lines of the model developed in the Diocese of Gloucester. They'll report where there's misconduct or that they found no substance in a complaint. The bishop will, in cases of lesser misconduct, impose a penalty in accordance with a guideline from the CDC and without the need for consent. In cases of serious misconduct, the bishop would refer the matter to a tribunal, where the case would be managed by a judge with significant experience of secular case management, and the matter would come quickly for determination before a tribunal. The CDC will be responsible for oversight, for issuing guidance on procedure and sentencing, would also be responsible for national training of all involved in the processes to ensure consistency across dioceses. To be a system for the most part dealt with locally, but in relation to serious misconduct, there'd be a need for a centrally run tribunal system. Such a system would easily pick up the 6 ICSA recommendations about the CDM. It would also
thank you very much,
with
Vicar General.
Hot stove.
I'm sorry to draw you to a close. Thank you very much. After the Bishop of London, Mr. Martin Sewell.
Sarah Mullally, 003 London. I would like to join others in thanking Jane, Roz and Gilo for speaking to us today. And although difficult for them and uncomfortable for us, I would also like to thank them for continuing to hold us to account. I was conscious yesterday that when we discussed the safeguarding measure and the code of practice, it was the voice of survivors that was missing. That is not good enough. Whilst I believe that we, the Church of England, have begun to see change, better resourcing, new policies and procedures, better design training, there is still more that we have to do. Movement towards an independent safeguarding service, redress, is significant, but there is still more needed. As Gilo reminded us, the ICSA report said that lasting change requires more than platitudes. Synod, we must put victims and survivors and not synodical processes or concern for the institution at the heart of our concerns. We need to do more to take seriously their involvement as co-producers as we develop plans for supporting survivors, for redress, for independence and what that really means, and yes, for our code of practice. In fact, we need to involve them as co-producers in all that we do to develop a safer church. But maybe most importantly, we do need to address our culture. That is the way we do things around here. Culture change is only successful when it involves its leaders and when behaviours are reinforced by training, communication, mentoring and audit. I have been encouraged by the way the National Safeguarding Team have developed training for clergy, which is much more than ticking boxes. It's about behaviour and self-reflection. And yes, it will take longer, but culture change does. Although not mentioned in the recommendations in the ICSA report, ICSA does challenge us, as Judith Maltby highlighted, to address clericalism, deference to those in power and tribalism. We need to do this. The church will only be safer if it is a place where every voice is heard and every life is respected equally and everyone feels safe. The ICSA report pointed out our lack of transparency regarding sexuality, and Judith Maltby has rightly asked for joined up thinking. I want here to make a brief comment on the living in love and faith process. I know that the church has not always been a safe place, particularly for the LGBTI+ community. The LLF Next Steps group, along with the National Safeguarding Team and those within the LGBTI+ community, will consider what more can be done to make the LLF process safer and support the material that is already in the LLF resources. Synod, I hope that you will back this motion wholeheartedly and unanimously. But like Bishop Jonathan, I agree that to accept in full the ICSA report is doing more than just supporting the 6 specific recommendations. And I hope that Synod is up for this. Thank you.
After Mr. Sewell, the Archdeacon of Knowsley and Sefton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, survivors. I'd like to pick up one important point from the Archbishop, which is that we need to be more Christ-like. And I'd just like to flag up that we do actually see Christ-like in this process, and that is the enormous forgiveness and generosity of the survivors. And so what I would say to the entire senior level, you've heard some challenges already, do dare to reach out to those you have wronged. You will find them more generous and welcoming than you fear. I now want to pick up a little from what Peter Collier has said, because he's given really important points. And where I can take it on is this, that whilst few cases get as far as the President's Tribunal, a vast number are dealt with in the core groups. This is the large and the grey middle. This may or may not have happened. This may or may not be inferred. This may or may not be weighty. This person may or may not be a risk, whatever that means. These are the most uncertain and complicated assessments. And who do we trust this work to? Well, as Peter Bruinveld's question yesterday revealed, these most complex of issues are handled in core groups by a bunch of amateurs with no experience, no training, no legal guidance, no test of competence. Imagine the uproar if I proposed that the doctrine of the Church should be determined in such a cack-handed fashion. You would all be up in arms. But fragile complainants broken by abuse and clergy fearful for their jobs, their marriages, their reputations, their pensions, their homes, they all have their futures and welfare routinely put at risk in our quasi-legal casino, which does not deliver fair play. There is no lawyer present to advise on specialist law or proper procedures. The Church does not and has never employed and does not plan to employ a single safeguarding lawyer. Because we made that economy, we have a useless system and will be paying out millions in compensation. Even today, post-ICSA, winners in our system leave angry with a burning sense of injustice. One of our bishops has had the courage to describe our system as Kafkaesque. I'd like to hear some more of that. I hold, as many of you know, a unique and privileged position within this synod. I'm trusted to receive confidence from the consumers of our system, complainants and respondents alike. They talk to me. One terminally ill person sent me their case paper so their story would not be lost. This is what I'm hearing. Our system does not apply the principles of the Human Rights Act. That needs to change. The right to a fair trial is regularly and systematically breached. There is no equality of arms. Core groups meet in secret, often the composition in secret, although the odd privileged party might be told more about this than the rest of us. The core group might not even take minutes, and if they do, they will not share them, even in redacted form. You have no right to see what is recorded about you, even if it's your own information that has been captured badly. In a recent case, the complainants gained privileged access and sat at the table with the core group meeting, who they all knew, to help decide if their case was meritorious enough to get an investigator appointed. I am not joking. In other cases, complainants were not even told their core group was sitting. Under our system right now, the same firm of solicitors can provide the solicitor to the complainant, the solicitor to the diocese and the province, and no rule is broken. We have no conflict of interest policy. That must change urgently. No matter how mistaken, egregious, or misguided, there is no appeal process against any of the processes. To my question 79, the Secretary General gave the extraordinary answer that an aggrieved complainant or respondent can raise an internal complaint. That would be determined many months later. If you are right, the Church may or may not learn the lesson to the next case, if it survives your suicide. Meanwhile, the process and injustice would grind on, and you would be helpless to stop it. The Learned Lessons Review, incidentally, will never be published either. That is wrong. Last summer, you will remember the celebrity Caroline Flack committed suicide because she felt an incident was exaggerated beyond its importance, not because of what she had done, but because of who she was. She was broken on the wheels of institutional injustice. Synod, we're damned lucky this hasn't happened within the Church yet, but it nearly did. In September, a complainant was referred to me. A nice, intelligent man had seriously attempted suicide because the way he was being dealt with by our system was an unbearable pressure on him, and he was broken by it. It was lucky that a passerby found him. That is how grievous our institutional system of justice has fallen into. That's what we're dealing with.
Thank you, Mr. Sewell. After the Archdeacon of Knowsley and Sefton, Canon Priscilla White.
Pete Spears, Liverpool 156. I want to pay tribute to the work of the Diocesan safeguarding advisors up and down our country. From my experience of them here in Liverpool and some nationally, they are professional, hardworking, conscientious and compassionate. And when things go wrong, they can find it very hard to bear and fret about whether they should have done things better and differently in the hope of a better outcome for survivors. I also want to pay tribute to all the counsellors and the listeners that DSAs are often in touch with, who can offer support to survivors. So when we do talk about our failures and safeguarding, I also want to acknowledge this small group of people, very important group of people, who are genuinely trying to work as well as they can for survivors. And whilst I support all the recommendations in the report, including the bit about auditing the work of diocesan safeguarding departments, just to acknowledge that it can be quite demanding on them, and that can take time away from the very thing that they have been engaged in the first place. But of course, as has been mentioned by other people, the root cause of this is culture, power and deference, as outlined on page 7 and 8 in Appendix A. And it is beyond the scope perhaps of this debate, but it would be good to hear what is being done and how it can be overcome. Finally, it is right that we should face the darkness of our failures, but I hope we can also focus on the light. And that was very movingly put when Jane spoke about the church that held her, but also the church that damaged her. But I hope that we can acknowledge that there are many survivors who have reported their abuse, have found that they were listened to, loved, supported and held, and have found some measure of peace. There is much more that we still need to do, but let us also focus on their stories too. We have been told what is good and what the Lord requires of us. It is that we do justice. It is that we love kindness. And it is that we walk humbly with our God.
After Canon White, the Archbishop of York.
Priscilla White, Birmingham 065. The ICSA report has shone a bright spotlight into the dark and cobwebby corners of safeguarding within the Church of England. And it makes for incredibly painful reading. Painful because it exposes failure of process, practice and pastoral care, but all the more so because of the lives that have been damaged as a result of our failure. These are real people with real pain, and we have heard from Jane and Ros and Gilo this morning, and thank you for that. Action is imperative. We need to take those actions that are recommended as a result of our failure. That is sure to be to go on behalf, not just going to the boundary of what is required. We should surely begin to look with survivors, and paragraph of the report makes reference to the fact that ICSA has not yet made recommendations in relation to mandatory reporting or into the seal of confessional, and goes on to say that a group has been set up to look at the seal of confessional. We are not yet, it seems, thinking about mandatory reporting. Is there any good reason why we should not take the initiative in consultation with ICSA in order to bring in further strengthening of our practice more quickly before we're forced to do so by a recommendation, but in the acknowledgement that it is something that we need to do? Mandatory reporting won't be the whole answer, obviously, and it may or may not have saved the pain of abuse survivors, but it may well go somewhere to reduce re-abuse, which has been so prevalent and of which we've heard mention. It may be part of the solution to a way of cleaning out our cobwebby corners and our Augean stables. Thank you.
After His Grace the Archbishop of York, Canon John Spence, after the Archbishop has spoken, I shall be reducing the time limit to 3 minutes.
Chair, thank you for calling me. I was ordained into a church, and ICSA has showed us this so shamefully. But I realise now I was ordained into a church that when it came to safeguarding was concerned, first of all, to protect its own reputation, secondly, to limit damage, and thirdly, most shamefully, to ignore abuse and its consequences. Over the last 30 years or so, I have seen the church change, and I've been part of that change in different ways. So now we don't ignore abuse. We train clergy, and we have a way of protecting children and vulnerable adults. We've made some progress, but there is still obviously a third stage of change that we need to go through. And therefore, in supporting this motion, I want to very, very clearly also support what Gilo and others were saying, what Archbishop Justin and Bishop Sarah have been saying about the three big things that are before us now in order to be a more Christ-like church. And the first and the most important is that we change our culture. There is a culture of clericalism and deference in our church. And that can't continue because it is deeply, deeply unhealthy. And it allows some of us to find ourselves in positions where people feel that somehow we've become above reproach and that we can't be criticised. This is really, really bad for us. And part of this culture change, therefore, must mean that when we make mistakes, because we will make mistakes and things will go wrong, we won't always get it right. The part of the culture change is to be open and transparent about that as followers of Jesus Christ. And Judith, your record may be cracked, but I feel that its day has come. And I received a little bit of criticism on Twitter yesterday about not being perhaps as clear as I should have been about what is meant by being a younger and more diverse church. Diverse certainly does mean that we are absolutely committed to this LLF process And we see the connection between our safeguarding failings and the way that LGBTIQ plus people have been treated in our church. All these things must change. And therefore, we welcome independent scrutiny, and we look and reach out to the survivors and offenders who've reached out to us saying, we want your help. We want to build a new culture. We want to stop being in this place where we have to keep saying sorry. You know, goodness, I am deeply, deeply shamed and deeply, deeply penitent. So I am finding myself in this new role, falling to my knees in sorrow and shame for what has happened. But more important, I want to rise up, and I want to rise up and be the change and make the change we need to make, which is primarily one of culture, but therefore must mean that we welcome independent scrutiny and that we get on urgently with the business of reparation. Getting all this right, Synod, is going to cost us a lot of money. Getting it wrong is going to cost us our soul.
The speech limit is now 3 minutes. I call Canon John Spence, followed by Ms. Jane Ozanne.
John Spence, Archbishop's Council 467. And twice in this synod you have reminded me of my words in last February that justice transcends affordability. And several of you have been in touch with me since then, expressing your frustration about the pace at which we proceeded. Now, I could give you excuses. There is a gap of capacity between agreeing appointments and them being filled. I could talk about being knocked sideways by COVID. I could talk about the enormous caseloads that our safeguarding team have been handling. I could argue about concerns about predating the ICSA recommendations. All of these might be true, but we now need pace. As soon as Bishop Jonathan came to Archbishop's Council in July to ask for an immediate interim emergency support scheme, we were able to allocate those funds. As soon as he came to us last month to tell us how much would be needed to bridge the gap between that interim scheme and the full redress scheme, the funds were allocated, and I will take to Archbishop's Council at the next meeting my recommendation on how that is funded. And this is a large sum of money. But it's not enough, Synod. We've got to move faster. We need pace, transparency, and simplicity. If we are to put in place a redress scheme which covers all aspects of reparation, not just financial, but all the other ways in which people's lives can be addressed, and all the safeguards that that itself will need, we will need a whole church response if we are to put the funding in place. And this will take involvement of the whole church, from dioceses through council to church commissioners. We cannot have endless arguments about who pays what. I entirely endorse Martin Shields' concerns about core groups. Justice needs to not be there. It needs to be transparently there. It needs to be simple to understand. And I would certainly argue that imposing on diocesan safeguarding officers a mandatory reporting obligation when they have concerns about their own diocese does not involve the seal of confession. So my commitment is to work with Archbishop's Council, quickly moving to the first stages of independence, which may not be as far as Paul Cartwright seeks, to work urgently on the full understanding of what a great redress scheme will look like, and to put the funding in place, and to always keep the goals of transparency and simplicity at the front of our minds.
I remind speakers that the speech limit is now 3 minutes. Ms. Ozanne, followed by the Reverend Mike Smith for a maiden speech.
Ozanne, Oxford 379. Chair, as a long-standing campaigner for the critical need for an independent safeguarding process, I strongly welcome this much-needed and long-awaited motion. It's a good example how, in the end, the Church of England can finally get there despite many, many roadblocks. And what has it taken? Courageous victims coming forward and having to fight their own cause, and a public inquiry which finally laid bare for all to see the dark underbelly of the Church of England, where, due to a culture of deference, abusers could hide in plain sight. The ICSA report was damning and clear about the factors at work which led to this abuse occurring. First, the culture of clericalism within the Church of England, and second, as the archbishops and Bishop Sarah have highlighted, the taboos surrounding discussion on sexuality. When asked how far the reaction of some within the church to homosexuality possibly inhibit the reporting of child sexual abuse, D.I. Murdoch, who was involved in the Peter Ball case, made it clear that one of the facts that influences his view of the public interest in bringing prosecution was the risk that some church witnesses would be exposed as homosexuals in court, which would, in his words, have seen their roles within the church effectively finished. Anyone reading the transcripts are left in no doubt that homophobia within the church deterred the reporting of sexual abuse. So have things changed? Has our culture changed? Or have they in fact got worse? Are we more open, honest and transparent about matters of sexuality? Or are we in fact more secretive, closed and in denial? Well, the honest answer is that it depends what part of the church you are in, both geographically and in terms of tradition. It's another postcode lottery, which is horrific when you stop and think about the lives that are at stake, young lives. So Synod, I hope we will agree these recommendations, but in the end, it is only honesty and transparency that will address the most critical area that needs changing, a change to our toxic culture. And it is here that we need to act. I hope that the House of Bishops themselves will lead the change and model the honesty and transparency that is needed, and not pretend that there is only one gay bishop in the college, nor club together to ignore the pain that the church continues to inflict every day on its gay clergy and lay leaders, and indeed the LGBTI community. It's time to be honest and open. It's time to dig deep and find courage, as these survivors have shown themselves. It's time for a change in culture before more people, mostly young people, get hurt.
After the Reverend Mike Smith, Canon Rachel Mann.
Chair, thank you for calling me. Mike Smith, Oxford 189. I'm a new boy to this synod, came to synod firstly in February, and now both sessions of synod, I've had the privilege of listening to Gilo speak, and thank you to Ros and Jane and Gilo for their incredibly moving words. I committed myself to spend the summer reading Letters to a Broken Church. It's turned my stomach, made me physically ill, but I'm glad about that. I hope this is truly the time that we show that we are prepared to change. So I welcome this motion and the report behind it. It's a good start, but as others have said, I hope we can significantly go further. Survivors I accompany in my parish tell me, like Gilo said, that we need to do more to see repentance, redress and reconciliation. I offer my commitment to see that we do that in my diocese, and I hope here at Synod. So let me say one or two things specifically. I'm not sure that recommendation 1 goes far enough. As others have said, I don't understand simply why we cannot create something truly independent. I fear any test that sets us up where we appear to be still marking our own homework is not good enough. We've seen this week a Prime Minister who dismisses independent advice to him. What that does to the reputation of him, the same will be done to us. So I agree with Gilo, Ros, Jane, that we must have true independence. I've spent many years in a diocesan bishop's office, and I was astounded when I saw that we still operate systems of paper-based personnel files. So I hope recommendations 5 and 6 will truly once and for all embrace the digitization of clergy files. And finally, with recommendation 8, I've lost count of the number of times that reports, including ICSA, don't refer to the effectiveness of parish safeguarding. No one in 25 years of ministry has ever really asked me how effective my parish safeguarding ministry is. So I hope we can truly do something about parish level safeguarding work and scrutinise how effective it is. Otherwise, we'll be resting on our laurels. Thank you.
After Canon Mann, Canon Peter Adams.
Rachel Mann, 172 Manchester. Thank you for calling me chair, and thank you especially to the survivors who spoke this morning. Synod, I speak, of course, in support of the motion, but I want to underline theologically the significant need to address cultures of deference and power in our church. If we as a church are going to become a place which is more just and more generous, humbler and simpler, if it is to be possible for all of us to safely breathe and live in the body of Christ, this will entail, I think, dethroning a fake picture at the heart of our theological anthropology, a picture which has mesmerized us for far too long. This is the picture which privileges and imbues whiteness and masculinity and heterosexuality with normative power. We have lived in and promoted a culture which says that middle class, middle-aged, white, straight men are the norm and, crucially, show forth most fully who Christ is. We still give their voices first place and first trust. This church culture consciously and unconsciously damages all, including many who at first glance seem to benefit from its promotion. As survivors remind us, it has destroyed real lives. This culture, I believe, is not of or in Christ. Christ shatters cultures shaped around lording it over others and invites us to discover how bodies, global majority bodies, disabled and LGBTQIA bodies, the readily exploited bodies of women and children, which have so often been treated as inconvenient or alien to the body of Christ, can teach us how to be the living body of Christ in our world today. Our church safeguarding culture has made important steps towards a better, humbler and restorative approach, but we dare not lose sight of the theological imperatives to interrogate and dismantle the deep cultural motors of abuse. And I think this will entail using both external and internal theological consultants in order for us to become a safer church. The survivors of abuse and the very many of us who have been damaged by patriarchal structures of deference, privilege and power surely require it.
After Canon Adams, Miss Daly.
Thank you for calling me chair. Bishop Jonathan, thanks for your wise and gracious leadership in this matter. And thank you, Jane, Ros and Gilo, for your gracious words. I welcome the ICSA report that has plumbed the depths of the evil behaviour that has stalked our corridors and exposed the dysfunction in our processes. But rebuilding is better when you start at base, and I hope we can do that. I want to address my own concerns to our brokenness as a church, to use Gilo's phrase, to our culture, in which that brokenness is so wrapped up. The recommendations are a simple part. ICSA has a lot to say about our culture, and our motion, as has been noted, calls for a full acceptance of the report. We need a thorough cleansing of the brokenness and evil that has marked us, of the accusations, of the distrust. As believers in the good news, I suggest we need to plan to tap deep into the means by which we know God renews us and sets us free. We need a good, healthy season of deep corporate repentance. But I suggest we also need a season of truth-telling and reconciliation, especially in regard to the problems of our survivors when they seek to summon up the courage to disclose their abuse. I would join Gilo in calling for a truth and reconciliation process where victims can speak out how they have encountered the system publicly, and where those in authority can speak out their story and their regret and apology. We need a place of grace where truth and justice can be found. Let me be clear, this is not for the primary abusers. They need to go before the courts and pay the price for that abuse. But this is to clear the air, to cleanse the system, where the whole system has seemed to conspire against them. This will require a lot of courage, of boldness, of humility, maybe even the simplicity that Archbishop Stephen has spoken of. The simplicity of the gospel, and it will require a lot of truth and grace. But I believe it will allow us a radical new start that we so badly need, to seize the Kairos moment that Jane has spoken of. Thank you.
After Miss Daly, Mr. Stallybrass.
Prudence Daly, 364 Oxford. I very much support this motion, and I'd like to add my thanks to the survivors who had the courage to come and speak to us today. I hadn't intended to speak in this debate, and I just have one brief point to make, and that's that it needs to be noted that the Church has a clear sexual ethic, and that those who perpetrate appalling acts of sexual abuse, such as those that we've heard about today and previously, are blatantly all the more appalling. But in that context, I do think we need to hear a clear statement that holding of the Church's traditional sexual ethic is not in itself a safeguarding issue. Thank you.
After Mr. Stallybrass, the Reverend Dr. Helen Dawes.
Mike Stallybrass, York 439. Chair, thank you very much for calling me. And I also want to pay thanks to Bishop Jonathan and Archbishop Justin for their words, and in particular to Gilo for his clear articulation about how the Church needs to change and needs to be seen to change. Yes, the ICSA report makes shocking and disturbing reading, and we have to recognise the terrible impact that actions and lack of actions by the Church have had and continue to have on the lives of people affected. But I want to remind Synod that abuse is not only sexual. The House of Bishops guidelines show that abuse can be emotional and psychological, bullying, abuse of power. Who do you think you are to criticize me, a bishop, is something which was said to me. I have to admit that I am a survivor, and I have also been on suicide watch for another survivor of serious emotional and psychological abuse within the Church. So my plea is that in our action in response to ICSA, we must not ignore these other forms of abuse. And we also need to remember that safeguarding offenders are not just the clergy. We need to change our culture in a way that enables us as a church to listen to survivors and to let them know that they have been listened to. The way that disclosure denial and walking away seems to be prevalent has to change. Those involved in investigating and dealing with abuse must be independent of pressure from inside the church. In my case, there was a real fear over voicing concerns. I was explicitly told that, as a reader, I should be aware of the backlash I would experience if I raised my concerns. So I just want to end by saying that I support this motion, but only as the start of a much longer journey of reconciliation. Thank you.
After Dr. Dawes, Mr. Simon Friend.
Helen Dawes, 214 Salisbury. Thank you, Chair, for calling me for this maiden speech, and thank you to Jane, Ros and Gilo for beginning our session this morning. As a parish priest, I find that safeguarding work takes a greater proportion of my working time than I think many recognise. And I need to say to you, Synod, that I find doing this work very hard. It reminds me of the depth of sin in the world, and particularly of the depth of sin in the church. And I wish that it weren't so, but it is, and I know it is in part the sin in me that wishes it weren't. We have got this so badly wrong, and the result is that it has been those who we have hurt so desperately who have had to lead us into truth. And we are accountable to God for that. In our local churches, we are preparing now for Christmas. And we have no place leading people in worship if, in one way or another, we are resisting being led into truth. And so when we talk about changing things all through the church, we all need to know our part in that. And I want to emphasise how in the local church, this is going to mean clergy, laity and survivors working together so that we have the courage to recognise and admit to the depth of sin in the church and to move forwards together towards truth and hope. One day, Synod, we all know that there will be no Church of England, but God will still be God, and how we care for each one of his children will matter. Thank you.
Mr. Friend, and after Mr. Friend has spoken, I shall test the mind of the Synod on a motion for closure on this item.
Thank you. Simon Friend, Exeter 310. Thank you to Ros, Jane and Gilo. I want to make a specific point that relates to a question I raised at our recent Diocesan Synod. The question was, how much money has the diocese paid in settlement or redress, both directly to survivors of abuse perpetrated by members of clergy and indirectly through the diocesan insurers? The answer given was that the diocese is not legally liable for damages or redress resulting from the abusive acts of members of clergy within its diocese. The answer did go on to say that the diocese is committed to supporting victims and survivors of abuse and to supporting PCC in any way possible where they find themselves subject to litigation and claims for damages arising from acts of abuse. And I welcome the national initiative for redress. My question arises from the issue that it is the parish and not the diocese that is legally responsible and therefore financially liable for any damages claimed. While the diocese may be made aware of claims made against PCC, the diocese is not legally a party to those proceedings. However, it's not the PCC who license and authorize the ministry of clergy or licensed workers. Neither do PCCs line manage licensed clergy or have power to conduct MDRs. These are all the responsibilities of the diocesan bishops and their staff. What, if anything, are we going to do about this inherent disconnect between authority and responsibility? I accept that it is a fundamental structure of the Church of England which causes these ongoing legal difficulties when we have these sorts of claims. But in the light of ICSA, is this not the time, a kairos moment, as Jane reminded us, to reconsider the fundamental structures that have created this situation we now find ourselves in? It's my understanding that the National Safeguarding Team are not looking at this inherent disconnect in the legal structure, but I would argue that this must be considered. We know that in effect, with legal responsibility resting with PCCs, it is the insurers and their legal teams who effectively take control of cases for settlement, and many survivors have described that process as another form of abuse. It also seems, though I am assured it is not the case in my own diocese, that in effect, those who have the power to license can distance themselves from the legal responsibility of that licensing when something goes wrong. It is perhaps that mandatory reporting might overcome this disconnect and take legal responsibility back to the bishops who license the clergy.
Thank you, Mr. Friend.
Thank you.
Members of Synod, we are anticipating coming to the next item of business at midday after a screen break, and so as you'll realise, I must already apologise to you that we're going to impinge on the time for that, but it's for that reason that I'm now going to put to you the motion for closure on item 17, and for this purpose I order a simple vote. So this is a simple vote on the motion for closure on item 17, and voting will take place using a Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has now ended.
The motion for closure on item 17 has been carried, and so I now invite the Bishop of Huddersfield to respond to the debate. Given the significance of the debate, I don't want to reduce his time, and so Bishop, you have the full 10 minutes.
Chair, thank you very much indeed. I want to reiterate what I said right at the beginning, which was that the most important voices we would hear this morning were those of the survivors, and therefore to reiterate my personal thanks to Ros, Jane and Gilo for the very powerful, challenging and uncomfortable message which they gave to us in the presentation immediately before the debate. Those are the words of which we need to take the greatest account, and I hope and pray that those will remain with us long after this debate has concluded. I'm also enormously grateful to the large variety of people who contributed from different perspectives to the debate. The two archbishops, clergy and lay colleagues from across the country. What I'm going to do, I think, is to pick up on some of the themes that come out of this, because they came across very strongly and repeatedly. I will also try to pick up on one or two of the specific points. The first thing is putting survivors absolutely at the centre of the Church's response. Uncomfortable, challenging, but vital that we hear their voice and that we commit ourselves to journeying with them, to working with them, to co-production of everything that goes forward from here. Their voice will help hold us to account. The other word that was mentioned many times was the need for a change in culture. Honesty, transparency, challenging deference and secrecy, challenging patriarchy and the misuse of power. I think the speeches we've heard right through the morning have reminded us how big that challenge is. It is about changing the way we are as the people of God, the body of Christ, in order that we may more truly reflect commitment, and it will require energy. And there is an urgency about that. That was one of the other messages that came across so strongly. We must rise to these challenges. We must do so now. In terms of specific points, the theme of independence and the importance of independence was rightly emphasized by a number of speakers. The challenge for us is how we can retain accountability over safeguarding in the life of the Church at every level, nationally, in our dioceses and in our parishes. We cannot abdicate responsibility for safeguarding, and yet we must be held to account by those who have that appropriate degree of independence at all levels. And you've heard the commitment of the Archbishops, of the Archbishops' Council and the House of Bishops, indeed, to that principle of independence. It will be vitally important. The Church cannot mark its own homework. We heard concerns about process and structures. There were concerns raised, and I hear the force of those concerns with regard to some of the very difficult cases there have been over this last year in terms of the operation of core groups. We are committed to a review of the process and practice there. It was, on the other hand, fitting that Martin Sewell's challenging speech should be followed by Pete Spears, who reminded us of the dedicated work of safeguarding professionals up and down the country, in our diocese and in the national church. And they, of course, their expertise is at the heart of the operation of that process. So there's a balance to be held there, and there is much work to be done. But I'm grateful for Pete's endorsement of the work of those professionals, while recognising the force and challenge of Martin and other people's comments. In regard to the clergy discipline measure, Peter Collier and the work being done by the Ecclesiastical Law Society, thank you so much for that contribution and the work you are doing. Of course, the Bishop at Lambeth, Bishop Tim Thornton, is also chairing a group looking at the future of the clergy discipline measure. Those pieces of work need to be brought together, and there are a number of questions to be addressed there, which Peter brought to us today. Page 11 of GS 2184 contains more detail about the proposals of ICSA in relation to the CDM, but plainly there's a complicated process to be worked through, and it's important that we get it right. Judith Maltby again spoke to us with regard to a particular point, the 12-month rule. I don't quite understand why that wasn't addressed before. All the evidence is that abuse, of course, is so often reported much later because it is so difficult to talk about. I was talking with a colleague only this week who experienced domestic abuse in her family context. It's taken a long time for that to come out. The presidents, of course, of the tribunals do have the ability to overrule that principle, but I think it's absolutely right that that should be taken out. And I think it says a lot about the difficulty of changing our cultures when recognizing the complexity of dealing with abuse, and mismanaging abuse is itself abuse, as Judith also reminded us. I just want to come on towards the close to pick up other themes from these speeches. The importance of speed, the need to recognize the cost that this will be, the challenge over working out how we handle complex issues like mandatory reporting in order that abuse can never be hidden and is always brought to the attention of the appropriate authorities. Yes, there's a national issue there, and ICSA will have some important things to say, but we need to be engaged in that discussion fully. Gilo's challenge to us about the need for some kind of truth and reconciliation process to cleanse the system, which was mentioned also at the end of the debate by Peter Adams. I think there is great merit in us considering how that might play its part within the whole context of redress. And that's where I want to conclude my remarks here. Simon Friend, thank you for your speech and the reminder to us about the danger of different parts of the church dodging responsibility. This is an issue for the whole body of Christ. It is an issue for our parishes, our dioceses, for the national church institutions, the Archbishop's Council, and for the church commissioners. In the context of setting up the redress scheme, and I will be meeting, in fact, with the Board of the Church Commissioners tomorrow to talk about their engagement with that whole process. There are going to be many issues about the principle of subsidiarity, where the appropriate level is, but the reality is this is an issue for the whole church, and it is vitally important that we work through this together and that no one dodges responsibility. This is about the body of Christ, and when one part is hurting, then all of us hurt, and we must take responsibility for that. So huge thanks, Chair, firstly to the survivors, to everyone who has contributed to the debate. We will take up all of the issues that have been raised, in particular about culture, about the need for developing new ways of doing things, of our taking responsibility, of our working with survivors to bring about the kind of lasting change that is needed in order that the church may become a safer, healthier place for all, and that we may indeed honour our Lord Jesus Christ in the way we fulfil our calling to be his body here on earth. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Bishop. I'm sorry that it wasn't possible to hear from all those who wish to speak today. Before we move to the vote, may I invite you to gather your thoughts and reflections on all we've heard this morning in a moment of prayer. O God, the protector of all that trust in thee, without whom nothing is strong, nothing is holy, increase and multiply upon us thy mercy, that thou, being our ruler and guide, we may so pass through things temporal, that we finally lose not the things eternal. Grant this, O Heavenly Father, for Jesus Christ's sake our Lord. Amen. I now put item 17 to a formal vote and order a counted vote of the whole synod. This is a counted vote of the whole synod on item 17. Voting will take place using the crystal voting platform.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2 minutes. The voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
Members of Synod, on item 17, there voted in favour 363, with no votes against and no recorded abstentions, and so the motion was carried. Thank you very much for your attention during the course of the morning. We will now have a break and resume at 10 minutes past 12. 10 minutes past 12. Thank you.
Members of Synod, welcome back, and I hope you've had a good break. Before we move to our next business, I'm going to invite the Secretary General, William Nye, to speak to us for a moment or two.
Thank you, Bishop Jonathan. Members of Synod, I'm sorry to trouble you again. I just need to say a further word briefly about the formal voting system. I told you yesterday afternoon that we had been told of a potential problem arising with the Crystal voting platform, which we've been using for the formal counted votes. We were informed by Crystal Interactive yesterday that their voting platform was recording some duplicate votes in respect of some members. In other words, some members were recorded as having voted twice on the same vote, with the result that the detailed figures provided to the registrar and the chair, and which were therefore announced to the Synod, were incorrect. Crystal Interactive have now analysed the results of the formal counted votes carried out on Monday and Tuesday, as we asked them to. The most important point to say is that the duplication issue has not affected the result of any of the formal counted votes that were taken. And secondly, because we were concerned about this problem, we have asked chairs to reduce the number of votes taken by formal votes and use more simple votes, the Zoom polls that you're familiar with. The Chief Legal Advisor has looked into this and advised me that despite incorrect figures having been announced by the chair, as the result of the vote on each motion, i.e. that it was carried, was correctly announced, those results stand and the motions in question were duly passed by the Synod. Yesterday, before we did the little update, we were told by Crystal Interactive that this duplication problem would be solved by members using the Crystal voting platform in the way that we explained yesterday afternoon. Thank you very much for your cooperation in doing that. It is much appreciated. Unfortunately, it turns out that this has not entirely solved the problem, as we were informed, and Crystal Interactive have told us that there are still some duplicate votes being recorded. So far as further formal counted votes are concerned, we now have a means whereby Crystal staff are able to remove the duplicate votes from the voting figures following the end of the voting period for a formal counted vote. This takes about 2 minutes. There will therefore need to be a short delay between the ending of the voting period and the announcement of the result when we have a formal counted vote. You may have spotted this at the end of the last debate. Synod's staff have been told by Crystal Interactive they can readily identify these duplicate votes and remove them and ensure that the figures provided to the registrar and the chair are correct ones. We will, of course, monitor the situation carefully and report to the Synod on the accuracy of any further formal counted votes. And a notice paper setting all this out will be distributed shortly. I'm very sorry that we have had this problem with the system, and I apologise for troubling you with it again. Thank you, Bishop Jonathan.
Thank you, William. Members may, in due course, wish perhaps to raise points of order on what we've just been told. It would be enormously helpful if those points of order were not made during the business that we're about to debate, and we'd be very grateful for members' cooperation on that point. We now move to items 502 and 503, the final drafting stage for the draft Diocesan Boards of Education measure. Members will need the draft measure, GS 2131B, and the report of the Steering Committee, GS 2131Z. I also draw to members' attention paragraphs 17 to 19 of the second notice paper, which detail the financial implications of this business. I now call Professor Muriel Robinson, Chair of the Steering Committee, to move item 502, that the Synod do take note of this report. Professor Robinson, you have up to 10 minutes.
Muriel Robinson, Lincoln 343. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Synod. Synod will remember that the draft Diocesan Boards of Education measure, or the draft measure, received first consideration at the July 19 group of sessions. At the February 2020 Synod, the Synod completed the revision stage for the draft measure, which then stood committed to the Steering Committee in respect of its final drafting. The Steering Committee considered the revised draft measure carefully and has proposed a number of special and drafting amendments, which are explained in detail in the Steering Committee's report to the Synod. The Department for Education and the Charity Commission have been consulted on the proposed special amendments, and any points raised have been addressed. The Steering Committee is proposing special amendments to ensure that the delay in the draft measure being returned to Synod for final drafting does not result in dioceses having insufficient time in which to make a scheme as required under the draft measure. In addition, the Steering Committee is proposing a special amendment to make it clear who the company law members of a DBE, which is a company limited by guarantee or CLG, are, as well as who the members of a DBE, which is a charitable incorporated organisation, or CIO, are under its constitution. My fellow steering group member, the Venerable Douglas Detmer, will provide a more detailed explanation of the special amendments when they're considered by Synod in turn shortly. In terms of drafting amendments, the Steering Committee has made a number of drafting amendments to clarify those remaining uncertainties of meaning in the draft measure, which have been identified, or to improve the drafting. In the Steering Committee's report, we explain why each of the drafting amendments is considered necessary and appropriate by the Steering Committee in order to clarify or improve the drafting of the draft measure. An unforeseen benefit of the delay of Synod to November has been that the templates for the schemes to be passed by diocesan synods under the draft measure have been drafted during the final drafting process. Therefore, it has been possible to identify where the clarity of the drafting of certain clauses needed to be improved at a time when the Steering Committee was able to make these drafting amendments to the draft measure. An example of where this has been particularly useful can be seen in the various drafting amendments to paragraphs 9 and 10 of Schedule 1, which were made because during the preparation of draft template schemes, it became apparent that the process for withdrawing from a scheme for a joint DBE could be simplified. I hope that Synod will support the special and drafting amendments proposed by the Steering Committee, which we believe will make draft measure clearer and resolve a number of outstanding issues identified following the revision stage. I therefore move item 502 that Synod take note of the Steering Committee's report.
Thank you. Item 502 is open for debate. I would remind members that speeches are invited specifically at this stage of this business on the report of the Steering Committee, and that more general contributions are more appropriately made when we come to, as and when we come to debating final approval. The speech limit is 3 minutes. I see no one indicating that they wish to speak. Apologies, I call Carl Hughes.
Carl Hughes, Southwark 413. Chairman, thank you for calling me. When this measure was considered at the revision stage by this synod in February, I proposed an amendment with the support of the then Dean of the Arches, Charles George, that the option for a DBE to be constituted as an unincorporated body under clause 3b should be removed. In the event this amendment was lost, the revision committee had noted that they shared the Dean of the Arches' concerns about whether an unincorporated structure was the most suitable for a DBE, and also noted, in respect of the option for a DBE being a sub-body of a DBF, that conflicts of interest would need to be managed carefully. However, at the revision stage, the steering committee, whilst not supporting my amendment, indicated their support for the matter to be debated on the floor of Synod. In the event in February, there were only 124 members present in the chamber for this legislative debate, and less than 40 members stood. As an aside, members' lack of attention to their legislative responsibilities should, I believe, be a matter of considerable concern. The debate in February only proceeded after a counter confirmed that a quorum was present in each house. I remain firmly of the view that the use of an unincorporated association as the legal form for a large charity such as a DBE is neither appropriate nor fit for purpose. Unincorporated bodies are appropriate for small membership organisations with no staff or premises. Also, such bodies are unable to enter into contracts or own property in their own right. So I'm of the opinion that this measure, in reality, did not have a meaningful revision stage, and I believe that the measure is flawed in allowing a DBE to be an unincorporated association. However, it's now too late to amend this measure further, and in the interests of not losing the whole measure, I will be voting in favour. I have taken this decision after discussions with the Chief Education Officer and the Chair of the Steering Committee, who have indicated that dioceses are now moving away from the use of unincorporated associations in favour of best practice legal form, i.e. a CIO, a charitable incorporated organisation. I'm also reassured that the guidance to DBEs accompanying this measure will very clearly state that best practice legal form is that of a CIO, and that the risks of the use of the unincorporated option will be explained in detail. I very much hope that this will be the direction of travel over the next couple of years, and I intend to raise, hopefully personally if I'm re-elected, a synod question periodically in the next quinquennium to monitor progress in moving the legal forms of DBEs into structures aligned with best practice governance, which are appropriate for large charities in the 2020s and beyond. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Clive Scowen, followed by the Dean of the Arches.
Thank you, Chair. I was the chair of the revision committee for this measure, and certainly the point that Carl Hughes subsequently raised at the revision stage was one that the revision committee gave careful consideration to and was sympathetic to, but felt that it really was a matter for Synod as a whole to resolve, which is why it was left to the revision stage. And personally, I had some sympathy with what he says, and I think I'd have voted for the amendment if it had been, if 40 members had stood for it. However, we are where we are, and for the reasons that he says, I think it is entirely safe to proceed with the measure as it is, with the special amendments that will be dealt with shortly. Because, not least because, there are so few dioceses now wanting to keep unincorporated form for their DBE. And it's certainly my hope that as they reflect further on the detailed guidance which will accompany the measure once it is law, that even those dioceses will come to the view that it's much safer to use one of the other forms of body that the measure provides for. So I'm very grateful that Carl is wanting to now support the measure, as I hope we all will. Would just want to make the point that the problem of the debate in February has been reflected on both by the Business Committee and the Standing Orders Committee, on both of which I have the privilege to serve. And I think certainly the Business Committee is aware of the importance of ensuring that legislative business does not occupy what you might call graveyard slots, where everybody's decamped to the tea room. And so that will be taken into account in future. And from the point of view of the standing orders, at the moment, if a steering committee does not expressly accept an amendment, 40 members are required to stand. And one of the things the Standing Orders Committee has been looking at, and I think will bring forward shortly, is an amendment that would allow for a neutral position. where a steering committee could say, well, we can't support this, but we think Synod ought to debate it. And in those circumstances, the 40-member rule would not arise, would not apply. And also there's consideration of reducing the number from 40 to 25. So the problems that Carl adverts to are real with regard to our process in February, but the relevant bodies that are charged with ordering the agenda and the standing orders have taken them very seriously. And I hopefully such a problem will never arise in future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I call the Dean of the Arches.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 454L Morag Ellis. I would very much like to echo what has been said already by Carl Hughes about the importance of both the particular point and the general point. I am well aware of the activity of my predecessor about this. I would very much like to stress the importance of drafting well done guidance to make it very clear to people when they're making important structural decisions about this, so that they fully understand the legal consequences of the vehicle that they choose. I would also like to echo what David Lamming said in Synod 2 days ago about the importance of General Synod's legislative functions generally. I'm very pleased to hear from Clive Scowen of serious consideration being given in that regard. So with my thanks to them, and I just wanted to make clear my position since my predecessor has been mentioned today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else wishing to speak. I therefore invite Professor Robinson to reply to the debate. Professor Robinson, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. We had expected this point to be raised, although we had expected it would be raised under final approval. So I may be slightly less kind of fluent on this than I might otherwise have been. Very, very grateful to these points being made. We think they are very important, both the general ones about process and about when legislation is timed, about members having the energy after big debates to be able to engage with such important matters. But also we share concerns that maybe unincorporated would not be our own choice. However, we are clear from our consultation and from the consultation carried out by the education team that each diocese has a different take on this depending on their situation. So we thank Carl and Clive and the Dean of Arches for their comments. We echo some of them, whilst we still feel that the measure is actually, as the drafting as set out in the report, is now what we need. And we would like to move on then to the special amendments in a moment. But first, if I could move item 502, that Synod take note of the steering committee's report.
I now put item 502 to the vote. This is a simple vote on item 502. Voting will take place using a Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. voting period has now ended.
That is carried. The Steering Committee proposes a number of special amendments to the draft measure. They are set out in your order paper at items 516 and 517. Item 516 covers 4 special amendments, and unless any member indicates now that he or she wishes to speak against a particular amendment in that group, I intend to take them en bloc. I therefore invite Professor Robinson to move item 516 en bloc.
Sorry, Chair, it's actually going to be the Venerable Douglas Detmer for this section.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Douglas Detmer, Exeter 116. Special Amendment 1 to Clause 23 changes the long stop date for the making of a new scheme under the draft measure from January 1st, 2022 to January 1st, 2023. The committee considered this change necessary to allow dioceses sufficient time to make a scheme as required under the draft measure, now that final approval and the parliamentary stages have been delayed due to COVID-19. As a consequence, 3 further special amendments will be needed. First, should it appear that a diocese will not have a scheme in operation by the required date, the draft measure requires the Archbishop's Council to refer the fact to the Archbishop of the province concerned. Special Amendment 2 makes a consequential amendment to the date by which this must be done. Special Amendment 3 is a transitional provision to enable the current DBE members for a diocese to continue in office until the new DBE scheme for that diocese takes effect, which will be a date no later than January the 1st, 2023. As a result, diocesan synods will not be in the position of having to elect new members to their present DBEs from the start of the new triennium in January 2022 for a term of only a year or less. Accordingly, the next fresh election of DBE members by a diocesan synod would be for service on the newly constituted DBE no later than the start of 2023. The Special Amendment 4 is consequential to Special Amendment 3. So on behalf of the Steering Committee, I beg to move item 516 that the Synod approve Special Amendments 1 to 4.
Thank you. That item is now open for debate. I see no one wishing to speak. We can therefore move to put item 516 to the vote, and this will again be a simple vote using a Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has now ended.
That is carried. Professor Robinson, I'm not sure whether we're back in your hands for item 517, But if so, I invite you to move that item.
Chair, no, it's still Douglas.
Thank you very much. That's fine.
Thank you, Chair. Douglas Detmer, Exeter 116, and we turn now to Special Amendment 5. A company limited by guarantee has both directors and members under company law, each with different rights and obligations in law. A charitable incorporated organization, a CIO, has both trustees and members, again, each with different rights and obligations in law. The members and directors of a company limited by guarantee and the trustees and members of a CIO may be the same individuals, or they may be different people, depending on how the company or CIO is constituted. At present, all incorporated DBEs are companies limited by guarantee. The Diocesan Boards of Education Measure 1991 makes no provision for who the company law members of an incorporated DBE should be, and the draft measure also makes no such provision at present. Therefore, the committee considered it appropriate that the draft measure should expressly provide for who the company law members of a DBE, which is a company limited by guarantee, will be, and likewise the members of a DBE, which is a charitable incorporated organization. The committee considered it important to include this clarification because all the references to members of the DBE in the draft measure are to those persons serving as board members, in other words, as the trustees of the DBE, which reflects the way in which DBE trustees or board members are described in the 1991 measure. However, it could be unclear in an incorporated DBE whether the provisions for the removal of a person as a member of the DBE refer to the removal of the person as a board member only, in other words, as a trustee, or also as a company law or CIO member. And therefore, the special amendment clarifies this. And so on behalf of the steering committee, I beg to move item 517 that the Synod approve special amendment 5.
Thank you. Item 517 is open for debate. I see no one wishing to speak, so I put item 517 to the vote. This will be a simple vote by Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has now ended.
That is carried. Synod, we now move to the final approval stage for this business, and I call on Professor Robinson to move item 503, that the measure entitled Diocesan Boards of Education Measure be finally approved. Professor Robinson, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Muriel Robinson, 343 Lincoln. The Diocesan Boards of Education Measure 1991, or the 1991 measure, provides the legal framework within which the Church of England's dioceses engage and work with church schools. As a result of significant changes to the education landscape, it's increasingly evident that the 1991 measure needs to be updated as a matter of urgency to confer the functions and powers on diocesan boards of education, DBEs, that they need in order to play their part in supporting and promoting the development of church schools in the 2020s and beyond. Synod will recall that there are some key changes as to how DBEs can be structured in the draft measure, and this of course has already been raised. The 1991 measure provides for DBEs to be either incorporated or unincorporated. A key change in the draft measure is the introduction of a third option for DBEs to be constituted as a statutory committee of their diocesan boards of finance, the DBF. This is because it appears that most unincorporated DBEs interpreted the option in the 1991 measure to be unincorporated more widely than had been anticipated, and so are operating in practice as a committee of their DBF. The draft measure seeks to regularise the committee structure for a significant number of DBEs which, it is understood, wish to continue operating in this way. Before deciding to offer the three choices for the structure of the DBEs, the Education Office consulted those involved with DBEs and DBFs during the summer and autumn of 2018. From the responses to that consultation, it was clear that a relatively small number of DBEs, which are currently not incorporated, would like to operate as independent registered charities from their DBF, whether as incorporated charities or remaining unincorporated. However, most DBEs which are not incorporated at present have indicated that they wish to continue to operate as a committee of the DBF. The Church of England's Education Office has listened to this advice and has sought to provide that the draft measure only require changes to arrangements where they are necessary. This is because it's not considered helpful to impose change on arrangements that were perceived at local level to be working well, particularly as a requirement for extensive change would have a cost attached. Therefore, all three options were included to reflect the wishes clearly expressed by the DBEs and in accordance with the principle of subsidiarity, so as not to impose any changes on DBEs from the centre when they can be continued to be given the choice on how to structure themselves. Retaining the option for DBEs to be unincorporated independent charities was felt to be reasonable, as it is a recognised legal structure for charities in charity law, and charity law permits charity trustees to choose the most appropriate form of structure for their charity. That said, the Education Office is aware of the perceived drawbacks of such a structure for a charity of the nature and size of a DBE. These concerns have been drawn to the attention of DBEs and will continue to be drawn to their attention in guidance to be produced by the Education Office. The approach has been taken that it is preferable to encourage those DBEs which wish to be independent charities to adopt one of the incorporated structures available to them, rather than impose the change, so that DBEs can take the appropriate steps when ready to do so. The impact of the COVID-19 crisis has made it even more important that the unincorporated option is retained, as some dioceses are struggling with the financial and organisational fallout of COVID-19, and so may not be in a position to provide the staff time and incur the associated costs of incorporation at this point in time. An amendment to removing the option for a DBE to be unincorporated was proposed by a member of Synod at revision in February 2020, as you've heard. In its response to that amendment, the steering committee noted that although the steering committee supports the policy position that changes should not be imposed on DBEs where local arrangements are operating successfully, and therefore did not support the amendment, if sufficient members indicated their willingness for such a debate to take place, it would have been an appropriate matter for Synod to consider and debate. However, Synod chose not to debate this matter, as 40 members did not stand. In its report, the steering committee asked the Education Office to produce guidance which highlights to dioceses the risks involved in choosing an unincorporated structure for its DBE. So these risks can be carefully considered when a decision is being taken, and if an unincorporated structure is chosen, the diocese is aware of the risks and take appropriate steps to mitigate them. The steering committee understands that the Education Office has already engaged with dioceses on the relative risks and benefits of each model and will continue to do so. It is also understood that at present only a couple of DBEs are intending to remain unincorporated independent charities for the time being. The draft measure reflects the current and anticipated future educational environment in which DBEs are operating, in particular by making suitable provision in relation to academies and multi-academy trusts. It is of great importance that this draft measure is given final approval today by Synod, as the 1991 measure needs to be updated to enable DBEs to manage their governance effectively through responding to changes in their own setting without the need for lengthy approval processes involving the Department for Education, to undertake their roles and support church schools in the educational reality in which the DBEs are now functioning, and to support the development of growing faith. This last point is, of course, particularly significant given the potential for mission and discipleship offered in our church schools, as highlighted in the vision and strategy presented yesterday by the Archbishop of York. This legislation, if passed, will improve the effectiveness of DBEs and thus enable them to better support schools. We hope that members of Synod will recognise the real benefits of this measure and will support it. I therefore move item 503, that the measure entitled Diocesan Boards of Education measure be finally approved.
Thank you. Item 503 is now open for debate. Members are reminded that motions for the closure, for the speech limit, or for next business are not in order in this debate. I call the Bishop of Durham, followed by Christina Barron. Bishop, you have up to 5 minutes, after which the speech limit will be 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Butler, Durham 004. Good afternoon, Synod. I speak as Chair of the National Society and will also refer to my own diocese. The DBE measure is the key piece of legislation establishing the means by which the structures of the Church partner with the state in the delivery of education in England. As such, it is vital that it equips us to continue our historic role in the modern world, and I've been pleased to see the progress of this new measure through Synod. Its enacting will bring many benefits. It's an opportunity to affirm and consolidate the way in which diocesan boards of education operate as a key part of their diocese. It strengthens the foundation of the relationship between the diocese and both the governing boards of our schools, academies as well as voluntary schools, and the historic trustees of those schools. And it enables us to modernise our structures more flexibly as we keep pace with future developments in the world of education and education governance. As a bishop in a diocese with a currently unincorporated DBE, I am keen that we progress swiftly to a point where we can be comfortable that we are operating within the governance parameters of the measure. I welcome the pragmatic approach that the legislation takes. It does not impose a requirement that would mean that our DBE and those of the majority of dioceses would immediately need to undertake a costly restructuring exercise. Now is not the moment for creating additional calls on diocesan funds if this can be avoided. However, the measure does mean that any diocese will have the flexibility in future to alter the composition of its DBE and/or its governance structure within the much less restrictive parameters that this measure introduces. This flexibility and the new far simpler process for any changes means that we can be confident that DBEs can modernise appropriately in due course. The adoption of the measure ensures that DBEs and church schools, whether voluntary or academies, can see more clearly the statutory underpinning of the relationship. This frees both sides to work together more productively. It's comforting to know that there is provision for keeping the face of the measure up to date with changes in the law without the need to restart the lengthy processes we are currently engaged in. Synod's time can be focused where it's needed, and we will still be able to reflect the development of the state school system in a timely way. This and the ability to change the composition of the DBE without the need to involve the DFE are examples of Synod simplification aims operating in practice. I'm reminded that the current DBE measure is the last major piece of Synod legislation that has not yet been updated to reflect that wish to simplify. Approving this new DBE measure will therefore be a significant advance in that work. I commend to Synod the encouragement this measure brings for diocesan synods to think more widely about the role of their DBE and its work with children and young people, and to build strong links into churches as part of growing faith. As lead bishop for education, I'm very grateful for the steering and revision committees for their time, skill and effort on this new DBE measure. Finally, I take this opportunity to applaud the enormous amount of extra work undertaken over these past months by DBEs, diocesan education staff teams, and especially the work of head teachers and school staff. They have been utterly brilliant and deserve our thanks and praise. I commend the measure to the Synod. We need it, and we need it now. Thank you.
Thank you. After Christina Barron, David Lamming.
Christina Barron, 245, Bath and Wells. I'm speaking rather unusually because our bishop is ill and the bishop standing in for him, the Bishop of Taunton.
I'm not sure that we're hearing you. Perhaps we could just pause and try and sort this out.
Hello, Chair, is that any better?
Christine, I'm afraid we're not hearing you. Perhaps I could move on to the next speaker and then we could try coming back to you in a moment. So if we move to David Lamming, and the speech limit remains 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Synod, I'm going to inject a note of dissent into this debate, so let me make that clear at the beginning. I appreciate fully what Clive Scowen has said about the Business Committee and the Standing Orders Committee having taken note of the concerns expressed following the debate at the revision stage in February. But I endorse everything that Carl Hughes has said about the unsatisfactory nature of that. Only 124 members of Synod present in the chamber. I'm pleased to see that we have 390 participants at the present time. It wasn't only a matter of whether the full Synod was quorate, but I attended both meetings of the Revision Committee, and at the second meeting of the Revision Committee, only one member of the Revision Committee was present and 3 members of the Steering Committee. I query whether that is at least in accordance with the spirit of Standing Order 54.2. The members of the Steering Committee may not form a majority of the membership of the Revision Committee. So we've had what I regard as a flawed synodical process for this measure, which has meant it hasn't been properly considered, and in particular the important concerns expressed by the former Dean of the Arches, Charles George, and clearly set out in the Revision Committee report in February, have not even been addressed by this Synod. My concern is this, that what we are doing is passing a piece of legislation which hopefully is going to stand good for a good many years. It's going to require the approval of Parliament. And I just wonder, when we have a provision in the measure in clause 3, providing for a continuation of an unincorporated association as one of the vehicles for DBE, and also provision for it to be a committee of the DBF, with the potential for conflicts of interest that Charles George also voiced and are set out in the Revision Committee report in February, whether that really will pass the test of expediency when it goes to the Ecclesiastical Committee of Parliament. We have in effect a measure which is not fit for purpose, or which contains a provision which is not fit for purpose in the 3rd decade of the 21st century. And what I want to suggest is that if we vote against this measure now, we know what the concerns are. It can go back to the Steering Committee. The Business Committee can authorise it being brought back to Synod in February, with the opportunity then for it to fixes and to catch up with the timetable that the steering committee wish. So, members of Synod, I would urge you to consider whether we ought to support the measure for final approval at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Barron will try you again with apologies, and after you, Christina, I call John Naylor.
Christina Barron, 245 Bath and Wells. Speaking because unusually we have no bishop at this synod. Our bishop is ill. The bishop standing in for him, the Bishop of Taunton, Ruth Worsley, has been told she's not got speaking rights. So I am speaking on her behalf. Dioceses have different numbers of church schools. Some don't have very many. We have 181. We have our own Bath and Wells Multi-Academy Trust and 18 mixed modes multi-academy trusts which we work with, and many of them have seen the value of chaplaincy. There's much concern at the moment for young people's well-being and the well-being of our key worker teaching staff. We've seen 2 such multi-academy trust chaplaincies trialled, virtually and physically, set up during the pandemic, reaching church and non-church school communities. This is helping to further our ambition to engage with all that's good in the Growing Faith programme, as we seek to connect church, school and households in both practical and spiritual ways. The revised measure sets out the responsibilities and remits of DBEs in a way that reflects the current educational landscape and will offer a far more relevant approach, especially in regard to the coming of academies. It enables DBEs to engage more constructively with other education stakeholders to seek to secure the very best for the young people and children in our church schools. The Bishop of Taunton is Vice Chair of the Diocesan Board of Education, and the DBE believes that the option to draw closer to the Diocesan Board of Finance, being a statutory committee of the Diocesan Board of Finance, means that we'll be able to build on our ambition in relation to the Growing Faith agenda. Some may feel the opportunity of becoming incorporated as a DBE might appear to offer a stronger governance route, but each diocese does operate very differently, with a very different makeup of schools, academy trusts, site trustees, and so on. It's important to keep all 3 options, therefore, to enable clear local decisions within dioceses rather than imposing a national approach. The Diocese of Bath and Wells welcomes the new measure and looks forward to the opportunities it offers us to align our resources as a diocese to the Growing Faith agenda and our commitment to place mission and evangelism at the centre of all that we do and to build a younger and more diverse church for the future.
Thank you. John Naylor, followed by Canon Elizabeth Paver, and after Canon Paver, the speech limit will be 2 minutes. John Naylor.
Thank you, Chair, for calling me John Naylor, Lichfield 337. This is in fact my maiden speech, although many of you may know me as the guy who plays the keyboard for the wonderful singing at General Synod, and I can't wait for it to happen again. I should declare an interest in that I'm in my 9th year as Chairman of Lichfield Diocesan Board of Finance. And I too was disappointed that last February so few members chose to attend in person the Synod debate on this very important subject. It was even more disappointing that there's what I could only describe as tittering when the Bishop of Ely provided a very succinct summary of the current relationships between the DBFs, the DBEs and the DBFs, and several other acronyms. It's complex, but it matters and it needs to be understood. It seems to me that this measure is a good one, in that it commits dioceses to organise their affairs, and in particular the relationship between the DBE and the DBF in a way that suits them best. In our diocese, we have some 45,000 children in our church schools, many of whom would not otherwise come into contact with our Christian faith. We have an excellent and highly rated primary multi-academy trust, and we are in the process of setting up a secondary MAT with close cooperation between the DBE and the DBF. We are moving cautiously and by consent towards our DBE being a subcommittee of the DBF, which is one and the same as Bishops' Council are the DBF directors. We believe that this will provide for even greater coordination within the diocese on matters of education. It will also enable the DBF, as lender of last resort within the diocese, to be more closely aware of the financial dynamics of the DBE. We will be better joined up and better able to serve the interests of the pupils in our schools, who must come first. However, I do have a question of those who have drafted the measure. Are they satisfied that assets properly belonging to a DBE will be securely ring-fenced if and when they become a subcommittee of the DBF and their accounts are consolidated together? I hasten to add that whilst reading the measure, I may have missed this particular point, but I would like some assurance on it. And I hasten to add that we've given our DBE an assurance on this matter. Apart from this, I very much welcome the measure because it allows dioceses to order the relationship between their DBE and DBF as they see fit, and I urge Synod to vote enthusiastically in favour of the motion to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Canon Paver, followed by Clive Scowen.
Elizabeth Paver, 407 Sheffield. May I express my thanks and congratulations to all who have been working so hard to bring this Diocesan Board of Education measure to its final approval stage. As has been said, the 1991 measure was in many respects not fit for purpose in 2020. 20 years in education has covered so many changes and expectations, and I believe the meticulous scrutiny by the steering and the revision committee and the General Synod inputs have now given us a measure which will serve all dioceses and our church schools well. As we have heard, justifiable concerns regarding the status of diocesan boards of education in this new measure have been thoroughly considered, and the need for diverse approach has been allowed for. One size does not always fit all. This measure will enable DEBs, both incorporated and unincorporated, to flourish. In Sheffield, the Diocesan Board of Education is at the present unincorporated, but of course we will take on all the advice that comes centrally from the legal department. But we have had and have had with our schools, and the relationship between the Diocesan Board of Education and the Diocesan Board of Finance has been an excellent one. And the extent to which the Diocesan Synod allows time on their agenda for educational debates varies considerably from diocese to diocese. We are very fortunate in Sheffield that the Director of Education is often brought to give us updates on what is happening via the Board of Education's decisions in our schools. And I think most of the members of Synod, with their interaction with our church schools, would also have many examples of the fine work that is going on there. In our own diocese, we've also seen the SIAM's inspections at 100% good and above a record, a growing and understanding Christianity training, such that we're now training in a number of community schools, as well as the church schools. The significant development of high-performing diocesan-led multi-academy trusts, with the plans to grow it to between 20 and 25 schools. Development of 20 and 25 school-based congregations, an initiative that perfectly captures the growing faith agenda and making the most of the overlap between our ministries in schools, congregations, and households. We are very proud of our schools, as I'm sure many other dioceses and boards of education are. And as a foundation governor of our own Church of England school in the parish, I would like at this point to echo what the Bishop has said in his speech and take this opportunity to highlight the incredible work of all the staff in our church schools during this year of
Canon Paver, thank you very much. We'll have to draw to a close. Thank you. After Clive Scow and Debbie McIsaac, the speech limit is now 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to respond to one or two points made by David Lamming. I mean, firstly, with regard to the Revision Committee's second meeting, yes, unfortunately, some people were ill and were not able to attend. It was December last year, and had we not had that meeting then, it would have had to be held far too late for the revision stage to be taken in February. And we will only be doing that now. Now, given the urgency of getting this legislation through, that would have been very unsatisfactory. The steering committee are full members of the revision committee, and we were quorate. So there was nothing improper about what we did, although obviously it would have been better if people hadn't been ill and had been able to be there. The point about unincorporated DBEs and committees of DBFs, all concerns of the former Dean of the Arches, they were dealt with at the first meeting of the Revision Committee, which was much more fully attended. That it was a clear decision to leave that for the revision stage. What David Lamming is urging on us now is to reject this measure, and I urge Synod not to accept that view. It is important to get this through, and the idea that we can just sort of bring it back in February simply isn't the case. If we vote against this now, the whole legislative process has to begin again, and it would involve unacceptable delay in getting this measure onto the statute book, and it is fit for purpose. It may not be ideal in certain respects, but to say it is not fit for purpose is simply to overstate the case massively. So I really do urge Synod to accept this measure as it is, in the knowledge that almost all DBEs will be incorporated or committees of the DBF in due course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Debbie McIsaac, followed by Jonathan Alderton-Ford.
Thank you, Chair. Debbie McIsaac, Salisbury 405. I would like to echo what Carl Hughes said at the beginning of this. I think that Synod needs a really very compelling reason to vote in favour of legislation which is in this respect inadequate. The legal form that a DBE takes really does seem to me to matter. My recollection is that the initial resistance to including this came because it was there was a desire to persuade diocesan boards of education to take some steps forward. I'm sure that has now happened. All I want to draw to Synod's attention is that we should be very reluctant, unless there is a compelling reason, to vote in favor or even abstain when the legislation appears to be inadequate. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Alderton-Ford, followed by Rachel Jepson.
Jonathan Alderton-Ford, 207 St Edmundsbury in Ipswich. Much to David's surprise, I am fully supporting him and the previous speaker's concern. If the thrust of what we're trying to do is to simplify and to strengthen, we've given too many options. And given the fact that we in Suffolk have a huge number of schools, and if we follow various government plans for either joining in various schemes or setting up our own schemes, we're going to be running an organisation which is actually far larger than the financial turnover of the diocese. I think this could well and truly blow up in our faces, and we'll be back here in 3 years' time doing it all again. There is an opportunity here to rethink, and the fact that Synod didn't do the task of scrutiny earlier, as David has already indicated, and so have others, means that we should proceed with great caution. And I would also recommend with him that we do not pass this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Rachel Jepson, followed by Paul Benfield.
Rachel Jepson, Birmingham 251. For us in Birmingham, the Diocesan Board of Education measure is all about ensuring light touch effective systems. We anticipate that we will choose the route of becoming a statutory committee of the Diocesan Board of Finance. As a currently unincorporated Diocesan Board of Education, it looks best for us as it basically formalises our current arrangements. Our passion is to see all the children and staff of our local school communities flourish, for them to know that they are unconditionally loved by the Lord and made in the image of God, so that they can live life in all its fullness, helping them to build confidence, to be able to come alongside people from all walks of life and to be open to all. Our hope is to instill a lifelong love of learning. The measure before us will help us to keep our focus on this main task. Thus, it is very popular with us in the Birmingham area. Therefore, fellow members of Synod, as we grasp the benefits of this measure, let's wholeheartedly support the motion before us today. Thank you.
Paul Benfield, followed by Douglas Detmer.
Paul Benfield, Blackburn 66. I agree with David Lamming and others who've spoken against this measure. It is bad law and I cannot support it. I urge others to vote it down as well.
Thank you. The Venerable Douglas Detmer.
Thank you, Chair. Douglas Detmer, Exeter 116. As member of the steering committee, could I echo the comments of Professor Robinson and the Bishop of Durham in pointing to the urgency and significance of this measure in bringing our Church of England diocesan engagement with education and our national engagement into the 21st century? And to point out a couple of important considerations here. One is that the preparation of this legislation has involved considerable discussion, both with the Department for Education and with the Charity Commission, and is being presented with their endorsement. And secondly, the fact that simplification is so often about flexibility and pragmatism where that is appropriate. And pragmatically, in this case, in terms of the Church of England's use of our financial resources nationally and in the diocese, to impose one model on dioceses rather than enabling the flexibility with appropriate and detailed guidance about risk management for whatever option is taken, it seems to me, in the light of COVID-19, particularly even more important than it would be anyway. So may I urge Synod to support the passage of this measure through final approval and thank those who have been so deeply involved in preparing this legislation and thinking it through.
Thank you. I call Simon Butler, after which the speech limit will be 1 minute.
Thank you, Simon Butler, 219. I just really want to respond to those who are urging the defeat of this measure, to remember that this is the final stage of the synodical process. All parts of the process so far have been quorate. all the due diligence has been done, synodically speaking. And when we get to the final approval and the brakes suddenly go on, it really is too late to be asking us to defeat a measure at this stage. I think we should proceed. I think we should vote on it as soon as possible, and we should pass the measure. Let's not put the brakes on now. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else indicating that they wish to speak. So I invite Professor Robinson to reply to the debate. Professor Robinson, you have up to 10 minutes, but you may not perhaps need all of it. Professor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and I will try not to use all of it. I'd just like to start by thanking Synod for the thoughtful and helpful contributions offered, both those in favour and those who are raising concerns, particularly in view of the challenges of doing all of this by Zoom. But I also like to thank the members of the revision and steering committees and all those who've taken the time to submit amendments for consideration or in the diocese who've offered advice. And special thanks, of course, to the legal team and in particular to Eva for her support as I took on the role of acting chair. I won't go through all the responses individually because I am conscious of time, but it has been good to hear the support and recognition from so many people of the ability to allow the diocese to decide what is right for them. That is what really matters. I think we did actually offer opportunities for these things to be discussed. As Clive Scowen has said, we did talk about this at the first revision committee. It has been discussed thoroughly, and we have consulted out as well through the Diocesan Boards of Education, the Boards of Finance, to find out what the mood is out there. We hear these concerns around offering dioceses a choice of future structure, which have been aired again today, but we do remain convinced that the best way forward is to ensure that the principles of subsidiarity are followed and that dioceses should be empowered to make appropriate local decisions after taking careful account of the guidance which will be provided and which will emphasise the particular risks of the unincorporated model. We would like to remind Synod that all three models are legal structures for charities. We'd also point to the feedback from the Diocesan Directors of Education, which suggests that all bar a couple of dioceses have already decided to adopt either the DBF committee route or fully incorporated models. And finally, and most importantly, we would remind members of General Synod that we are all also members of diocesan synods. We are ideally placed to ensure that due consideration is given at diocesan level to the risks and benefits of each model as the new measure is implemented, because we have to approve the scheme. But this measure is not just about the organisational model of each DBE, but about many other urgent areas where a measure last amended in 1991, before at least some of our Synod members were even born, is impeding good governance of our church schools and academies, and thus potentially damaging the invaluable efforts of our DBEs and schools to further the kingdom, as I rehearsed in detail earlier in my opening speech. The loss of the July sessions has already unavoidably delayed this urgent and important legislation. The whole steering committee is with me when I urge Synod to vote to accept this measure so that it can proceed to royal assent without further delay.
Thank you, Professor Robinson. The question is that the measure entitled Diocesan Boards of Education Measure be finally approved. In accordance with Standing Order 37, I order a counted vote by houses. And although this is a counted vote by houses, I direct that the bell be not rung on this occasion. This is a counted vote by houses on item 503. Voting will take place using the crystal voting platform.
The voting period is now open and will end in 2.5 minutes. voting period will end in 30 seconds. The voting period has now ended.
There voted in the House of Bishops in favour 29, against none, and no recorded abstentions. In the House of Clergy in favour 114, against 12, and 8 recorded abstentions. And in the House of Laity in favour 122, against 22, and 4 recorded abstentions. The motion for final approval has been carried, and the measure now stands committed to the Legislative Committee. Members of Synod, that concludes this business.
We come to item 507, the National Ministry Register Clergy Regulations 2020. Members will need their order papers, which have the amendments on them, Notice Paper 2, paragraph 20, with the financial implications, and GS 1285 and GS 1285X. First, I shall ask the Bishop of Bristol to move item 507, the preliminary motion that the regulations be considered. This will provide an opportunity to make general comments about the regulations or to raise specific points which do not relate to the amendments on the order paper. If the preliminary motion is carried, we will then move to the amendments. Members who wish to comment on an amendment should not do so on the preliminary motion, but should reserve their comments for debate on the amendment. I will be imposing a speech minute of 3 minutes fairly early on in the debate. But first, I call on the Bishop of Bristol to move item 507A, that the National Ministry Register Clergy Regulations 2020 be considered. She may speak for up to 10 minutes.
Fifth Fall, Bishop of Bristol, 009. Madam Chair, members of Synod, thank you for staying on over lunchtime. The Dictionary of National Biography relates that on the 12th of May 1603, a week after the new King James VI and I had entered London, he wrote to the bishops requiring them to compile lists of all their clergy and preachers with details of their academic qualifications, their licenses, if any, and their place of residence. Detailed responses were not forthcoming. And at the end of the summer, Whitgift, then Archbishop of Canterbury, was still trying to obtain answers. This shows us that people have been calling for a national clergy register for over 400 years without any success. As we heard this morning, the wheels of the Church of England can grind very slowly, and I do understand that, shall we say, rugged independence, whether at episcopal or parochial level, which added weight to the brakes over the years. But we are now at long last getting to the point of putting in place the legal structure for an accurate, complete and up-to-date national register of all clergy authorised by their bishops and enabling public access to that register. In July last year, Synod gave final approval to a miscellaneous provisions measure that gave the Archbishop's Council power to make the regulations necessary. And now we are asking you to approve regulations that will make the register a reality. The difficulty with producing a register is that to be useful, it needs to be complete and comprehensive. And the registers we have had in the past have not been complete. One most often consulted does not include all clergy, as they always have the right not to be included, and it sometimes includes clergy who seem to have permission to officiate in or from heaven. That lack of comprehensive inclusion makes even basic research onerous. In the early 2000s, I was trying to report on the number of women who had been ordained priests since 1994. Diocese didn't have the figure, nor did the Ministry Division of the National Church Institutions. In the end, a diligent researcher compiled lists from 9 years of back copies of the Church Times. Most professionals would be astonished that there is no means of verifying whether someone is an authorised member of their profession. This would simply be assumed to be part of properly looking after those people for whom a profession is responsible, and for there to be a public national searchable debate. But a national register comes with other benefits. It will provide for the first time in the Church's history a single list of all clergy authorised to minister with information about where. It will provide greater awareness of self-supporting clergy, clergy on PTO, and clergy in chaplaincy roles. It paves the way for including similar information on licensed lay ministers and readers. The National Register will be delivered by putting in place a new computerised people system that will enable bishops and their staffs to maintain accurate clergy records and share information more effectively, as the records will only need to be updated once and information can be transferred when clergy move from one diocese to another. It will be linked to a church near you. The trigger for the production of a national register was the Gibbs report into Bishop Peter Ball, which recommended a national public register for clergy with permission to officiate. This is a practical outworking of our determination to lead a church that is demonstrably safe. Without a national register, it would remain possible for someone to impersonate a member of the clergy, or for a cleric who had been suspended or removed from office to claim that they had been authorised by the church. In order to prevent this, we're putting in place a national online register available on the Church of England website. This will enable members of the public and people like funeral directors to verify a person's claim to be an authorised Church of England minister. It will enable clergy to check that other clergy are appropriately authorised before inviting them to officiate. It will enable bishops to check whether there are other bishops who have granted the cleric PTO who need to be informed if they withdraw or do not renew authority or PTO. It will enable employers to check that someone already has appropriate authorization from a bishop if they're considering whether to employ them as a chaplain. In order to meet their legal safeguarding obligations, bishops already need to hold complete and accurate information about all the clergy they have authorised for ministry, such as when their disclosure and barring service checks need to be carried out, and the renewal of safeguarding training. The Human Resources team at the National Church Institutions has been working with bishops, their staff and diocesan offices on how to support bishops in their oversight of clergy by providing them with a new computerised people system that will help them and their staff to maintain the records they keep about their clergy. The records on the new people system, maintained and updated by bishops and their staff, will be used to provide information to the Archbishop's Council to enable it to publish the National Register. The National Register will be publicly available free of charge and accessible to the on the Church of England website with a search facility. As changes are made to the records kept by the bishops, the people system will automatically reflect these changes in the information held by the Council for the purposes of the National Register. If someone's authorization comes to an end, they will no longer show in the register, which only shows current authorizations. It will be made clear that there could be all sorts of legitimate reasons why clergy are not included in the register. For instance, if they are taking a temporary break at retirement. At the point when a new authorization takes effect, they will appear again in the register. If for some reason someone is engaged in public ministry and this is not recorded on the register, people can raise concerns with the relevant bishop, and it will now be possible to establish the reason and either ensure that the register is properly updated or carry out an investigation into why they are carrying out ministry on an unauthorized basis. It will be much harder for clergy to carry out a public ministry if they are not authorized and not listed in the register. You may be wondering why this needs legal regulation. First, keeping accurate and up-to-date records about who is authorised to minister and in what way and in what location, and updating records when the authorisation has ceased has not always been taken as seriously as it should have been. Making it a legal requirement will ensure that it is done properly. Secondly, if a register is to do its job properly, it needs to include absolutely everyone so that nobody can claim to be authorised and say they aren't in the register for some reason. And finally, the general data processing regulations require us to have a stated basis for processing personal data. Making it a legal requirement for data on authorised clergy to be maintained and published gives us the necessarily lawful basis to make it permissible for bishops and the Archbishop's Council to process such data, because they are doing so in order to meet a legislative requirement. Members of Synod, we have been waiting over 400 years for a national clergy register. It is now time to make it happen. I therefore move that the National Ministry Register (Clergy) Regulations 2020 be considered.
The matter is now open to debate. The speech limit is 3 minutes. I call on Stephen Linus, followed by Barry Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen Linus, Bath and Wells, number 60. I realise there are 376 people who want to get to their lunch, but this is timetabled and we have to do it. I want to just reflect on having spent 11 years as a bishop's chaplain on the difficulties of tracking down clergy's ability to minister legally. You would not believe the amount of time that bishop's chaplains have had to spend checking when some priest is being asked to come into the diocese to take a funeral or a wedding as a one-off. It is extraordinarily diverting from the tasks you really need to do on any given day. Very often you only get short notice, and it can be very hard to check whether somebody has PTO or a license or whatever. So for that reason alone, an electronic version that covers the whole Church of England would be really good news. But there's another reason why we need to do this thing. Yesterday, the Archbishop of York, in the Vision and Strategy, one of those bits on the circle, was reminding us that we are going to be ministering to a world which has parishes and networks. And the networks thing is becoming increasingly important in our society. And what happens now is that people who do happen to know clergy ask them to take the funeral or a baptism or a wedding with no reference to what parish they belong to. And those of you who are parish clergy will know the difficulty that sometimes arises when a family wants somebody else to take the service. And you have no way of checking simply whether somebody else is legitimate or not. So in the world of networks and fluidity about authority in the church, this is a must to have. And then lastly, Chichester Diocese, the report and ICSA revealed that in some dioceses there was huge inefficiency about recording who was able to minister. This register will stop that happening. And Mike Smith reminded us earlier about the joys of digitising clergy blue files. I see this register as a first step towards digitising the wadges of paper that sit in bishops' offices, which tell us about clergy job history. So let us have this register, let it be a first step towards more digitisation so that we can better serve the church and the community by knowing quickly who is authorised and who is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry Hill.
Hill Leicester 141. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Bishop Bristol and those that have helped. Very brief, excellent. Seems like a no-brainer for lots of reasons. Not that that means it won't take us a number of centuries to get there, but just a minor point aside from the excellent reasons why we should have this, but a locally significant one. For those of us, particularly in team ministries or in collaborative patterns of churches, which are slightly complex, we have, as I think others know, have had some difficulty over the years in places like Crockford's or a church near you or others, in identifying when a number of clergy serve a number of churches, but particular ones take the lead in particular places, and reflecting that online in a way that's easy and straightforward for those who aren't part of our churches to notice on things like a church near you has been far from easy. It's a really minor point, but if that could be taken properly into account, especially given team ministries and complex, bizarre patterns of collaboration in years to come, I suspect will become more common. And secondly, if it is being used on places like a church near you, although not legally required, some opt-in ability locally to include not just licensed lay ministers, but lay staff of churches, significant volunteers who may wish their details to be there. Just so again, we echo the theological imperative of reports like setting God's people free, so it doesn't look like clergy have a role which is far more preferential than others. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Herbert, next please. And after this, I will put a motion to closure. Other people who wish to speak can speak towards the end of this debate, potentially. Thank you. Caroline Herbert.
Thank you for calling me, Chair. Caroline Herbert, Norwich 372. I agree with previous speakers. I think this proposal is excellent, very welcome. It will, as someone mentioned, lead to being a simpler church and saving some clergy lots of time. I just wondered how it will be publicised and promoted externally beyond our own walls, so that maybe parachurch organisations and some large conferences could be encouraged to use it as well as a way of checking that clergy are in good standing if they're being asked to speak, for example. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put a motion for closure on item 507A. This will be a vote on using the Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has ended.
That was carried. So I now call on the Bishop to reply, please. The speech limit is 2 minutes.
Thank you. For Bishop of Bristol 009. Thank you to Steve Linus, Barry Hill and Caroline Herbert. Some really useful points there. Steve, I imagine every bishop's chaplain was cheering as you spoke about the complexity of the tasks that bishop's chaplains have at the moment. And thank you for talking about networks of fluidity, which I'm sure we will be increasingly working with. We I know in the National Church institutions are thinking about how this might be the beginning of digitising the blue files, and that would be really good. But this is just the start, and there needs to be some very careful thinking about that. But thank you for raising it. Barry Hill, important point about team ministries, and we will take that back and make sure that that's recognised by the building of the database. Thank you for making sure we take that into account in the new mixed ecology. And Caroline Herbert, this will be publicised widely and maybe wildly by the National Church institutions. That's the push. The pull might be those of us who have influence in parachurch organisations, conferences and so forth, actually to ask for those checks to be done, particularly those on organising panels. That would be really helpful. Thank you for those points. Thank you for this short debate. I'm very grateful.
Thank you. I now put item 507A to the vote. We will use a simple Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has now ended.
That is carried. We now come to the amendments at items 518 to 522. The 40-member procedure applies. That means the mover of an amendment will have not more than 3 minutes to speak to it. I will then call the Bishop of Bristol to speak for not more than 3 minutes in reply. If the Bishop does not support the amendment will lapse unless 40 members indicate by means of a Zoom poll that they wish the debate to continue and the amendment to be voted on. I call on the Venerable Andrew Brown to move his amendment, item 518. He may speak for up to 3 minutes.
Andrew Brown, Soderand Man, number 218. Guramaid, thank you, Chair, for calling me. Fastamai, good afternoon, Synod. Soderand Man is the Church of England on the Isle of Man. That's the one in the middle of the Irish Sea, not just off the south coast of England. We are a crown dependency with our own government, Tynwald, and our own language, as you've just heard. Our Lord Bishop sits in the upper chamber of Tynwald. Because we make our own law, and because the Church of England is the church established by law on the island, our Manx church law has to conform to the Isle of Man's unique legislative landscape. Therefore, there is a minor error in these regulations at GS 2185. That's a reference to Regulation 2, bracket 2, to the Mission and Pastoral Measure 211, Section 99, enabling an assistant curate to be given another job title, which was reenacted in the Diocesan Mission and Pastoral Measure 2007, Section 61. Now, section 61 was extended to the Isle of Man by the Church Offices Measure, brackets Isle of Man, 2011, but section 99 has not been extended. So the reference to section 99 should, in its application to the Isle of Man, be a reference to section 61, as you can see from your order paper 4 at section 518. Hence the amendment which stands in my name needing to insert the amended clause after regulation 2, after paragraph 3. Guramaid. Thank you, Synod.
Bishop, please respond. You have not more than 3 minutes.
009, Bishop of Bristol, full. I won't take the full time, and I can't emulate the linguistic ability of the Archdeacon, but I'm very grateful for his points. I'm grateful for several people for their sharp eyes and their broad awareness of the range of legal arrangements within the Church of England, and I therefore accept this amendment.
Item 518 is now open for debate. I see no one indicating that they wish to speak, so I now put item 518 to the vote. This will be conducted by a simple Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. Does it come up on your screen? Oh, fine, okay. The voting period has now ended.
That is carried. I now call on the Reverend Christopher Smith to move his amendment, item 519. He may speak for not more than 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Father Christopher Smith, London 168. This suggestion, which in no way seeks to undermine the principle of the register, it's a small point in respect to Regulation 3, which deals with the matter of relevant information to the Archbishop's Council. In the draft measure, the registration officer is always someone other than the person whose details are being sent to the register, except in the case of diocesan bishops who are not archbishops, which strikes me as anomalous. Each archbishop registers the other one, parish clergy are registered by their diocesan bishop and so on, but under 3.3 as currently drafted, quote, for the bishop of a diocese, the registration officer is that bishop. My concern there is that for diocesan bishops to be their own registration officers looks a bit like asking them to mark their own, which is not helpful where safeguarding is concerned, and my proposed amendment would take out the inconsistency by making the Archbishop of the relevant province the registration officer. Guarding against the implication of allowing any group to mark their own homework seems entirely in line with the Bishop of Huddersfield's plea earlier today for transparency and accountability. It would also avoid the potential for embarrassment if a diocesan bishop is suspended or otherwise inhibited. And in those circumstances, I realise that Regulation 3.7 kicks in, and I see that Mr. Scowen has made a suggestion for making that subsection clearer. But even so, since it will have been the Archbishop who suspended the diocesan bishop, it would seem logical for the Archbishop to supply the information to the register. Thank you.
Bishop, would you reply, please? You have not more than 3 minutes.
The full Bishop of Bristol 009. I'm grateful for the proposal, and I would like the wisdom of the Synod on this one. I understand Father Smith's purpose in suggesting this amendment, and understanding the context of today's debate and therefore the force of his argument about not marking your own homework. The argument in favour that we've made so far is that bishops will be registering most of their clergy, and therefore they'll be familiar with the system, and therefore their staffs will be particularly able to enter their details and simply name, contact detail, form of authority and the area to which it relates on the system. Clive Scowen's following amendment is also really helpful, and I will be supporting that amendment, but I'd like the advice of Synod on whether, if you like, what is perceived as potentially a conflict of interest, though it isn't, ought therefore to be remedied in this way. I'm grateful for the amendment, but want to resist it at this point.
Thank you, Bishop. Because this amendment is not supported, I need to ask whether there are 40 members who wish the debate to continue on this amendment. We will do this via a Zoom poll. There are 40 members who wish the debate on this amendment to continue, so we will do that after lunch. We've got to 2 o'clock, so I now adjourn this debate for later. Please do look out for for emails, and be ready to resume at 2:30. Thank you, Synod.
Good afternoon, members of Synod, and welcome back for this afternoon's business. I realise that for some people this may feel a little bit like extra time. I'm not sure whether it's that we've all been so good or so bad that we've got some bonus business in a moment, but it may help if I just explain how it's intended that we might proceed this afternoon. We'll come in a moment to item 523, following which the hope is that we can return to the National Ministry Register Clergy Regulations debate and pick up at item 519 before proceeding to prorogation. And for that purpose, I need to put to you a variation in the order of business. That's to say that the rubric which currently gives prorogation as timed business at 3:30 should be changed to read not later than 4:30. So I invite you to indicate your consent to that. And for this purpose, I direct a simple vote. So it's a simple vote on the variation to change the time for prorogation to not later than 4:30. And this will take place using a Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has now ended.
Thank you. That is carried. We move now to item 523 and the payments to the Church's Conservation Trust Order 2020. For this item, members will need the order GS 2188 and the explanatory notes GS 2188X. To be clear to members, the order is not itself amendable. So I now call Dr. Eve Poole, the Third Church Estates Commissioner, to speak to and move item 523. Dr. Poole, you have up to 10 minutes.
Hello, Synod. I'll definitely not be 10 minutes. Eve Poole, 459, Third Church Estates Commissioner. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak out for the CCT, prompted by Andrew Gray's request for this debate. And thank you all very much for your continued forbearance in this brave Zoom world as we all blink towards the finish line. Some of you are fans of the Mission and Pastoral Measure 2011. Some of you are not. Either way, you'll be pleased to learn that even before COVID, we had plans to reform it. The task is now more urgent than ever because after a period of stability in the level of church closures, around 20 a year over the past decade or so, we think COVID may well be the final straw for some of those churches that have been hanging on by a thread. While several bodies like the Friends of Friendless Churches and similar trusts stand ready to help, the Church of England has its own official helper, created in the original 1968 pastoral measure as part of our deal with the state. Synod will know that the Church of England manages 45% of all of England's Grade 1 listed buildings, and as part of the ecclesiastical exemption, it was recognised that there needed to be a vehicle which could look after the most highly listed and historically significant of our churches if they were no longer needed for regular worship but unsuitable for alternative use. The CCT is an independent charity and celebrated its 50th anniversary last year. It looks after 356 churches for us, and for every £1 of the grant funding we give them, they spend £6 on church buildings and community development, which is a strong return on our investment. The Trust uses the security provided by our core funding to attract many additional donations and grant funding, and is growing its commercial revenue streams in support. They welcome over 1.7 million visitors a year and are supported by a volunteer base of nearly 2,000 people. We're acutely aware that the nature of church is changing, and the CCT has a role to play in our outreach, as well as helping us to manage the strategic challenges of our historic estate. The work is not always easy, as we heard on Monday about the CCT's project in Sunderland. Developing trust and relationships with communities requires sustained engagement. The Sunderland proposal did indeed meet local opposition, but the CCT listened carefully and changed their plans. In the end, no objections were received to their resubmitted application for listed building consent. It's quite right in considering this funding order for the new triennium that Synod is reassured about the governance and accountability of the Trust. The Commissioners have a shared management agreement with our government co-founder, now DCMS, and CCT trustees are appointed by the Crown. One member is drawn from Synod, and a DCMS nominee serves as a member of the Commissioners' Mission, Pastoral and Church Property Committee. I've attended the CCT's board. I meet with their chair, and their chief exec regularly attends my committee to present their strategy and to answer questions. As we've seen, there's further scope for scrutiny of the Trust's work through Synod, through questions and debates like this, as well as through regular office-level meetings. We would urge any Synod member, like Simon Cordell and Andrew Gray, who encounter particular problems with individual churches, to raise them with the CCT or the Commissioner's staff. And I'm grateful to both for the correspondence we've had since questions on Monday and Simon's meeting with the CCT this morning. As a registered charity, the Trust's annual report and accounts are audited. They're also formally laid before Parliament and Synod each year and are available on their website. The Trust has a 5-year strategy with key performance indicators on which progress is reported every 6 months. They enjoy strong support from government and recently won an additional 1.3 million for capital repairs on 18 churches as COVID recovery support. In terms of our contribution to their statutory funding, this order provides for a modest increase, raising the annual contribution from 1.43 million to 1.5 million per annum over the next 3 years, on the basis that a budget of 2 million will be set aside for expenditure on new vestings. The order also provides for an additional amount of up to £900,000. This would be paid from the proceeds of disposals of other closed churches if there were sufficient sales, and is by way of a contingency provision in case we do need to vest more churches in response to this pandemic. In approving this order, Synod will be affirming the work of the Trust and its contribution to the mission of the Church. It will also have a wider impact, helping us to make the case to the government for their continuing support of our historic heritage and the work of all those who care for our buildings. In closing, some history. In his landmark 1958 report, Lord Bridges argued that the Church should never disown its responsibility for its buildings, not least because it would make it difficult for them to be claimed back should they once again be needed for worship. Today, in Colchester, a CCT church is to reopen as an Orthodox church, and in Ipswich, a Fresh Expression community is exploring the use of a CCT church. As Synod heard yesterday, we are a church living in hope, and the CCT is a vital part of our mixed ecology, both now and in the future. I urge Synod to approve the motion before you. Thank you.
Item 523 is now open for debate. The speech limit is 5 minutes. I call Mr. Andrew Gray, followed by Mrs. Wendy Coombe.
Thank you, Chair. Andrew Gray, Synod 371. Synod, we live in a climate where money is tight, and today you are being asked to sign a cheque for the sum of £4.5 million to the Church's Conservation Trust. It is therefore my duty to raise a serious concern regarding the overheads of the CCT. My focus is not the money that's spent on the repair of church buildings, but on the running costs. In 2012, the Church's Conservation Trust employed 52 full-time staff at a cost of £2.1 million. Today, that figure has jumped to 71 full-time staff, costing £3.2 million. That means 19 extra staff and an increase in overheads of £1.1 million. So the running costs are up by a third, and yet the CCT has only taken on 14 extra properties. So what are these extra staff all doing? Well, according to the Church Commissioners, in the answers that Dr. Paul gave on Monday, the CCT made a conscious decision to increase capacity to work with communities. She also said that more staff equates to more income, to which I added some supplementary questions and to which I'm still waiting for answers. Now, to deal with the first point about dealing with communities, the CCT had a target of dealing with 50 communities and has so far managed to deal with 95. So therefore, that's one of its KPIs that's been ticked off. Unfortunately, it has failed, by its own admission, its 8 other key performance indicators. Furthermore, it's clear that more staff does not automatically lead to more income. In 2020, the CCT had income of over 8 million, but 7 million of that was grant funding because the National Lottery typically gives money to the CCT. It doesn't take 19 extra staff to submit lottery grant applications, so we cannot draw a direct correlation between increased income and increased overheads. Therefore, I decided to compare the CCT with 2 other charities, the Friends of Friendless Churches and the Norfolk Churches Trust. Here I must declare an interest. My father is a voluntary trustee of the Friends of Friendless Churches, and the Norfolk Churches Trust is, of course, local to the diocese I represent. The Friends of Friendless Churches has an average staff cost of £875 per building. The Norfolk Churches Trust has an average staff cost of £4,000 a building. And the Churches Conservation Trust, £9,000 a building. Why is the scale of costs so different? All 3 organisations maintain churches, and all of them hold open days manned by volunteers. If the Churches Conservation Trust ran to the same efficiency as Norfolk Churches Trust, you could halve its operating budget. If it ran to the efficiency of the Friends of Friendless Churches, it would require just £300,000 in staffing costs. The Friends of Friendless keeps all but 12 of its churches open on a daily basis. Now, it is true, as Dr. Paul pointed out, that the Churches Conservation Trust undertakes large transformational projects. Now, we could have a separate conversation another day about whether you think that turning churches into offices constitutes conservation. However, let's look at its track record in this department. A project to convert All Souls Astley Bridge into a £5 million business and community centre has run into financial trouble. A multi-million-pound project to turn St Mary Quay Ipswich into offices for a charity has also failed. It was 10 years in the making, and it's now vacant. Is this a good use of the church's money? Furthermore, what happens when overspend affects day-to-day heritage and maintenance? Let's take St John the Baptist in Inglesham in Wiltshire. In 2017, it had its lead roof stolen. To replace it would have cost £60,000. The CCT claimed they didn't have the money, so instead they put in a temporary felt roof. Water has now leached in, damaging the medieval wall paintings. The repair and the restoration of that church will now cost over £360,000. So why in 3 years has the CCT not been able to find £60,000? Where is all its additional money going? Its running costs is the answer. Over the years, both the CEO and the deputy CEO have both raised their salaries, but by how much, I'm afraid I can't tell you, because the CCT no longer publishes its individual salaries. However, I can tell you that in 2010, the CCT spent £1.3 million keeping churches open and supporting volunteers. Today, it spends £900,000 more than it did in 2010, and yet its volunteer base has plummeted from 4,000 to 1,800. In fact, all its metrics seem to be declining. Despite the increased overheads, its visitor numbers are falling, its legacies are falling, its donations are falling, its volunteers are falling. Should we be pumping money into an organisation that is failing? Synod, I am asking you today not to sanction incompetence. I believe the Church Commissioners need time to carry out a full, robust audit on the Church's Conservation Trust and bring this measure back to Synod in February with a clear plan that shows where the money is being spent, how effectively it's really being spent, and ideally coming back with an action plan for increased efficiencies in its costs. COVID-19 has strained our church finances. Now is not the time to be wasting money. Synod, in the name of good stewardship, I must ask you to vote against GS 2188. Thank you.
After Mrs. Coombe, the Bishop of Exeter.
Thank you, Chair. Wendy Coombe, Hereford 320, and also a member of the Church Buildings Council. I wish to speak in support of this motion. In Hereford Diocese, we've for many years taken the approach that we work with our PCCs to encourage them to see their church buildings as assets for mission. And over that time, we've worked very closely with the Church's Conservation Trust. We share ideas with them, we draw on their expertise, we use their resources, and it's all used to support the local church. And I know that I'm bringing probably a perspective from one rural diocese. And I know about the current challenges that are facing our PCCs. And I agree with Eve Poole that those challenges are going to get tougher and they're going to get harder in a post-COVID world. I think we're going to hear a lot more from closed and struggling churches. Now, you've heard an economic argument that for every pound the Church Commissioners invest with the Church's Conservation Trust, they're able to turn that into a further 6 from other sources. And I don't think it actually matters that it's from the Heritage Lottery Fund. It still is a good value for money sum, in my opinion. The vast majority of that money goes into the care of maintenance of church buildings, and where it's used to employ staff, those staff focus their energy directly on local communities. They are our communities. They offer support, and many dioceses aren't able to offer that support. For me, Synod, there's more than an economic reason for us to support their work. The CCT are not just keepers of monuments. That's not all that they do. In fact, it's probably very little of what they do. They're innovators. They support, they encourage, they seek new solutions, they look for creative uses. And yes, sometimes those creative uses don't work, but we have to allow them to take risks. Not just working with closed churches, but they work increasingly with open ones too. They see their role as supporting the ongoing Christian witnesses in the communities where they work. They work at a very local level. They work with people. And again, I would say our people, helping people to re-engage with church buildings. And more often than not, that includes what's left of the worshipping community. They don't stop being holy spaces or spiritual places, the place where many people throughout their lives have encountered and worshipped God, the place of collective memory. This doesn't go away just because they close. In my experience, closure is rarely without pain. For some, it carries a sense of failure, and it sometimes ends up as a gaping wound that's difficult to heal, even if there were really good reasons for that closure to happen, and sometimes it is the right decision. I believe that the work of the CCT helps heal those wounds. They work with others and they offer new hope simply by bringing people together in common purpose through community engagement and fresh perspectives and new energy. And please be under no doubt the CCT do see this work as missional, and they take that responsibility very seriously. To make that investment, you have to have people and resources to do it. And yes, resources mean money. Their work is important. We need them, our communities need them, and our church needs them. So I ask you, please support that work and support this motion. Thank you.
After the Bishop of Exeter, Canon Tim Good.
Robert Atwell, 18, Bishop of Exeter. I'd like to join my voice in supporting our last speaker, Wendy Coombs, and the Third Estates Commissioner in singing the praises of CCT. In the 7 years that I have been here, I've worked with them extensively, and I hold CCT in the highest esteem. I hear the cry for more accountability, but to be quite honest, I can't see what greater accountability already exists, given the fact that CCT report to DCMS and to the church commissioners every 6 months. Their annual accounts are laid before Parliament and Synod. They're subject to the Charity Commission. And as we've heard, the trustees are appointed by the Crown after consultation with the Archbishops and the Cabinet Office. I think one of the things that I think is really important is the fact that CCT enjoys the confidence of the government. And that's really important because we don't want the DCMS to turn the tap off. We're experiencing considerable stress in the church in the maintenance of our network of wonderful historic buildings. And I suppose, along with many, I anticipate that there will be some closures of our buildings, particularly in rural areas in the years ahead, as a result of the impact of the coronavirus. And we need CCT there to be working in partnership with us as we look after these buildings. So I think that the message that this synod puts out is really important this afternoon. So I invite you to support this payments order wholeheartedly. Thank you.
After Canon Good, Mrs. Ziegel.
Tim Good, Southwark 221. At the outset, I must register an interest that as of the 1st of November, I have been a trustee of the Church's Conservation Trust. Friends, mission and evangelism comes in many forms, and I wish to share with you the vital part the CCT plays and has yet to play in the mission and evangelism of our nation. For the past 7 years, I have been an advisor on the Southwark DAC, attending and contributing to monthly meetings and being present and advising at countless site visits at churches across the diocese, seeking to open up our church buildings so that they are accessible to the mission and ministry of all God's people. One of the many perks of this role has been to learn from the many specialists that make up the DAC, talented and learned people with considerable expertise in a whole range of disciplines, all gathering together, all focused on one aim, to aid in and encourage the mission and ministry of God's church and the flourishing of God's people. One of the greatest pieces of learning I've received from all my time on the DAC is that our church buildings are missional. They are brought into being to be a sign and symbol of God's immeasurable love, generosity and hospitality. The main reason I accepted the nomination to become a trustee of the Church's Conservation Trust is that I was excited to see that they too understand that our church buildings are missional, sacramental spaces saturated with the prayers of the faithful, generation upon generation. The CCT does not see our ancient parish churches as rarefied relics of a bygone age, museum exhibits to be viewed out of context as we would view an exhibit in the British Museum. The CCT seeks for the church buildings under their care to be open and welcoming consecrated spaces for worship and prayer. The CCT is investing in the very communities the church buildings are there to serve so that they may become hubs for the community, where people can gather, build dynamic, loving community in places of mutual flourishing. This is a profoundly Anglican vision, one that is utterly consistent with and helps realize our shared vision of being engaged in every community in our nation. Yes, these church buildings may not hold regular services at present or be places of gathered worship in communities, but the CCT recognizes that the mission and evangelism of the Holy Spirit stops for no one. The church buildings that are under the care of the CCT are vital, missional, sacramental spaces where, to use the parable of the Pharisee and the tax collector, the invitation at present may be less to the Pharisee who wishes to be seen and honoured by others when they worship, and more to the tax collector who desires a safe space to humbly and solitarily come before God and quietly whisper, "Have mercy on me, a sinner." Places where the tiny mustard seed of faith may carefully be watered and nurtured in the hope that with the help and engagement of the Holy Spirit, it may once again grow and mature. By investing in the local communities where the churches find themselves, the CCT is encouraging the people and groups to invest emotionally and financially in their local church buildings, to love their local churches again, and ultimately grow to be fresh and new expressions of God's purposes in the local community. This vision is already resulting in an increase in volunteers and financial giving. Let me be clear. We are moving into uncharted territory where discussions about future resourcing of our churches will be up for discussion. It's highly likely that churches will close as part of that process. And I am proud to be a trustee of a charity that will be ensuring that many of these church buildings will continue to serve the needs of the communities where they find themselves. I therefore commend the work and the vision of the CCT to commit to Synod and encourage Synod to pass the budget before them, which will enable the CCT to continue to serve the church in this important work of mission and evangelism. Thank you.
After Mrs. Siegel, the Reverend Stuart Fife. After Mr. Fife has spoken, I shall be reducing the speech limit to 3 minutes.
Julie Siegel, Oxford 377. I do find myself sometimes frustrated by the fact that we nowadays often find that our churches are in the wrong places, either because people have moved away or indeed because some wealthy landowner would have built a church in a place where we would never have chosen. What we have here is the Churches Conservation Trust being the place of last resort for these buildings, and we've heard about a lot of their work. I just want to make one simple point. The Church Commissioners are proposing to provide 3.3 million plus another 1.2 million from the sale of church buildings over the next 3 years, 2021 to 2024. This is expected to attract 8 million government funding. 8 million government funding. The government doesn't need an excuse to cut that. If we are not enthusiastic about this, then we put it at risk. That is £8 million that parishes don't have to raise and £8 million that dioceses don't have to make cuts to find. Please wholeheartedly support these payments to the CCT, because to do otherwise would be to shoot ourselves painfully in the foot.
After Mr. Fife, the Archdeacon of Totnes.
Stuart Fife, Carlisle 079. Thank you, Chair. In my benefice of 11 churches divided into 8 parishes scattered across a wide area of rural Cumbria, the issue of caring for our heritage is a significant challenge. One of my parishes, which happens to be one of the poorest and most under-resourced parishes in the country, has 3 places of worship, all of them historically and architecturally significant. One, St Ninian's Nine Kirks, is already in the care of the CCT. They not only keep it open as a regular place of pilgrimage, they keep alive its mission and ministry. Most recently, it has become the unlikely home of a rural fresh expression. But most of all, we know from Facebook and Twitter posts that during COVID, it has been a significant place of refuge to a great many in our local community and beyond. Then there's St Wilfrid's Chapel, Broome, which began life as the private chapel of Lord Broome, famous for inventing the broom carriage. On a trip to the Netherlands, he took a liking to a church stuffed with priceless 17th century carvings, which he benevolently recycled into his private chapel. And they now form a priceless collection, which is maintained by a tiny, impoverished and dispersed local community, which is frantically trying to prevent the plaster falling off the walls to destroy it, putting their hands into their own pockets to do so. I declare an interest because Broome is now applying to go into the care of the CCT. Its ageing congregation has diminished critically, and without the CCT's lifeline, an important part of our history and heritage will be at very serious risk. Neither of these, however, is the parish church, which is maintained in Clifton, the site in 1745 of the last pitch battle on English soil, as Bonnie Prince Charlie retreated towards his eventual and still lamented exile. When I inherited this parish, responsible for these three priceless buildings, the PCC consisted of three exhausted persons presiding over a financial crisis. I tell this story to highlight the fact that the work of the CCT really matters to our mission and ministry in our most vulnerable communities. And it's not just remote rural communities either. Many of you will remember Bishop Philip North's impassioned advocacy for inner city parishes in danger of being left without any church buildings. This applies to them also. Now, Andrew Gray is right to scrutinise costs and effectiveness, but let's be clear, impeding the CCT's funding will not help with efficiency, nor are we going to encourage new funding partners if we're not putting our hands in our own pockets. Supporting the CCT not only preserves the mission and ministry of some of our most important heritage buildings, but also the underprivileged communities that do not have the resources to support them. And it is needed perhaps most especially in this COVID world. So Synod, I plead with you to support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
After the Archdeacon of Totnes, Mr. Adrian Greenwood, could I remind speakers that the speech limit is now 3 minutes?
Thank you, Chair. Douglas Detmer, Exeter 116. I'd like to add my voice to those who've endorsed the work of the Churches Conservation Trust and are urging Synod to approve this motion. In our own diocese of Exeter, there are 10 churches in the care of the Churches Conservation Trust. In my own archdeaconry, there are 3. I was delighted to hear only recently from the incumbent of the parish, including one of those, about his extraordinarily positive experience of relationships with the trust, even from before his arrival, when the trust actively welcomed him, made contact with him, engaged with him. Subsequently, they have extended invitations to cultural events. They have asked the parish church for its interest in using their Wi-Fi necessary for security reasons in order to live stream services from the building. The closure of that church for public worship many years ago was a cause of sadness, and this incumbent's evaluation of the relationship with the trust is that the trust has done much to retain the confidence of the local community in the future of its church as a continuing place of worship, which is the next point I would like to make, picking up very much on Timothy Good's words about the missional the missional capacity of churches in the care of the CCT. It is by no means in the interests of the Church of England for the particularly aesthetically and historically significant heritage assets represented by our rural parish churches particularly to be lost, either through conversion into domestic accommodation or ultimately through reduction to controlled ruins. The important point is that churches in the care of the CCT remain consecrated churches, which are actively welcomed by the Trust for use for occasional worship as well as cultural activities and as places for private prayer. It is in the interest of the mission of the Church of England that we manage to retain as the repository of last resort for these churches our capacity to do so, and the structural capacity represented by the Trust needs to be maintained, and that happens through, as Julie Ziegel so helpfully reminded us, the encouragement and leveraging of £8 million of state funding. So may I encourage and urge Synod to support this motion to continue this funding. Thank you.
Point of order from Canon Butler.
Simon Butler, Southwark 219. Chair, as we seem to be debating the merits of the Clergy's Conservation Trust and not the fees order, I'd like to move a motion of closure on this item.
I have already called Mr. Greenwood, Canon Butler, but I will put a motion for closure after he's spoken. Thank you. Mr. Greenwood.
Adrian Greenwood, Southwark, Adrian Greenwood, Southwark 411. Thank you very much for calling me. I won't take very long on this point. I'm grateful to Andrew Gray for asking for this debate, and I hope that he will receive satisfactory answers to his questions. And I'm grateful also for the many speakers who've spoken in support of the work that the CCT do. My point is a very simple one. It's about the title of the charity. It's not about churches, it's about church buildings. So at a suitable point, perhaps trustees consider changing their name to the Church Buildings Conservation Trust. Thank you very much indeed.
As I indicated a moment ago, I wish to test the mind of Synod on a motion for closure on item 523, and for that purpose I order a simple vote. This is a simple vote on the motion for closure on item 523 using a Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has now ended.
The motion for closure on item 523 is carried. So I now invite Dr. Poole to respond to the debate. Dr. Poole, you have up to 10 minutes.
Eve Poole, 459, Third Church Estates Commissioner. Thank you very much to all of you who have spoken in this debate. I'm not going to try your patience by prolonging this for the 10 minutes I've been offered. So just a brief response. And to say, particularly to Andrew, I'm really sorry I haven't got back to you with answers for your detailed questions, but I was a bit busy with the Cathedral's measure yesterday, and we will get back to you in full and make sure that you get answers to the questions you've raised. Tim Good mentioned that he was a trustee of the CCT, so I know he has been listening to this debate, will be able to feed that back directly, and I will also be talking to the Trust direct as well as DCMS, so they know the concerns raised today. In closing, I'd like to reflect briefly on my own reasons for supporting this funding order. When I was doing my MBA in Edinburgh, I ran a charity which is now called the Historic Churches Scotland Trust. Our first church in Orkney shares Scale Bay with Skara Brae. Both bear witness to our nation's long history in that place. We cannot preach stewardship and not exercise it. As many speakers have said, these hallowed places bear witness, whether we look after them or not. In Scotland, the state has largely chosen not to, so the burden is on charities to do so. In England, we're fortunate that part of the original settlement agreed between church and state was that we should exercise the stewardship of these buildings in partnership, and it's proved remarkably successful in the 50 years since, despite the vicissitudes of the economic cycle. I really hope that the aftermath of COVID does not trigger a wave of church closures, but if it does, the scaled up CCT will need to stand ready to take its share. This funding order gives us the flexibility to rise to that challenge if we need to, and is carefully calibrated to factor in offsetting from concomitant additional sale proceeds to avoid any additional commitment of core funds. I urge Synod to agree it, so that we might demonstrate the same commitment to the state that it's shown us over these long years in partnership, particularly in the midst of this crisis, where the state has already acted in good faith by allocating over 30 million to our church buildings already in our time of need. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Poole. So I now put item 523 to the vote. For this, I order a simple vote. This will take place using a Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has now ended.
The motion at item 523 is carried, and so the payments to the Church's Conservation Trust Order 2020 has been approved by the Synod. That completes this item of business. Thank you.
Synod, welcome back to the debate on the National Ministry Register, Clergy Regulations 2020. You will recall that we had got to item 519 on the order paper 4, so you may wish to find that again. And this is the Reverend Christopher Smith's amendment. We heard his opening speech and a reply by the Bishop. We then had 40 members indicating they wished to debate this amendment. And so now I open the floor for debate. I call on Stephen Trott, followed by Pete Broadbent, please.
Thank you, Chair. Stephen Trott, Peterborough 184. I'm grateful for the principle of having a clergy register, which will make life considerably simpler for many reasons. But I'd like an assurance that it will not be used as an alternative to checking with the diocese about visiting ministers for the protection of those involved. Safeguarding is so important that we need to have as many checks as possible in place. And I'd like to be assured that this register is not going to be used as a shortcut to checking, and that thorough checking will continue to take place whenever anybody is proposed to come and visit a parish.
Thank you. Bishop Pete.
Pete Broadbent, Southern Suffragans, number 46. I think we're on Father Smith's amendment, aren't we? 519, Chair. I want to support the amendment, not because it has any great value, except it's totemic. It does seem to me that one of the things that we were engaged in earlier today was that sense of thinking about why it is that the church messes up on so many occasions. And one of the reasons that it's the case is that we invest far too much in people who are diocesan bishops doing everything. And the phrase, the church marking its own homework, is precisely one that's been used in the context of safeguarding. I don't think we should ever be putting into place a regulation that says that a diocesan bishop should be policing themselves. And therefore, I think Father Smith's amendment, although it is really essentially not very germane to the main issue about the clergy register, which I think is really important and which we should support wholeheartedly. But there just ought to be that sense that we say, okay, let's be reticent about passing any more legislation that puts diocesan bishops in that invidious situation where they are doing something which looks after their own interests or their own ways of operating. I could wax lyrical, but won't, on the reasons why I think monepiscopacy has got us into all kinds of messes over the past years. Perhaps one of the ways we can be a new way of being church is to start having a bit more collegiality and teamwork among bishops, and a lot less deference. Well, I'm up for both those things, particularly the lack of deference. But I do think I want us to support Father Smith's amendment, simply because it gives us a chance to say, this is the way we intend to operate in the future.
Thank you. The speech limit is now 3 minutes. I call on David Kemp, followed by Mike Smith.
David Kemp, Canterbury 262. One rule for bishops, one for everyone else. No, that's not what the Bishop of Bristol said, but there's a danger that that's what is heard. Mr. Cummings earlier this year did not say one rule for Prime Minister's advisors and one for everybody else, but that's what was heard, and he was duly excoriated. What I'm talking about is perceptions. I've lost count of the number of times the cultures of deference and clericalism in the church were criticised in the safeguarding debates this week. But changing cultures is not just a case of fine speeches, but also of resisting such cultures whenever and wherever we encounter them. Have you noticed that Zoom doesn't do deference? No front seats for the bishops in this synod chamber. So why are there when we meet face to face? And while I'm on my virtual feet, one more example of deference. Why is the synod's list of members arranged in hierarchical fashion? Bishops first, clergy second, laity last. Why not simply in diocesan order with all representatives listed under their diocese in alphabetical order, simply denoted L, C, or B?
Mr. Kemp, please can I call you to order? Please, would you keep the speech on the topic?
let's mean it when we say we want to tackle deference. I support the amendment.
Thank you. Mike Smith, please.
Mike Smith, Oxford 189. I'm member of the Bishop's Chaplains Club. So like Bishop Viv invited us to, my heart rejoices utterly at the thought of this regulation going through. It's nothing but good news, but I am going to support Viv, Father Christopher's amendments for the simple reason I think there's a slight inconsistency in your logic. The flaw being that diocesan bishops' blue personnel files are held at Lambeth and Bishopsthorpe. If we are creating a system, we need to be consistent. If we are creating a system where this National Register one day might lead, heaven permit, to allow us to digitize those blue files, then I think we need to be consistent. No diocesan bishop, I think, would ever put up an argument to hold their own personnel file. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now inclined to put a motion for closure on this item of business, 15159. And that will be done by a simple poll on Zoom. This is a motion for closure on item 519.
We can't get the poll.
I see there are no blue hands, so I'm going to move. I'm going to move to vote on item 519. That will be done by a simple Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will close in 1 minute. The voting period has now ended.
That was clearly carried. I now call on Clive Scowen to move his amendment, item 520. He may speak for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment is really designed to remedy some unclarity in the wording. Regulation 3.7 currently provides that where there's a vacancy in the see of an archbishop or diocesan bishop, or in the office of dean of a royal peculiar, or registration officer is unable to exercise functions as such, and the functions of the registration officer have not been delegated, The registration officer is the person authorised to exercise functions of a similar nature. And that form of words, although brief, is, I suggest, deeply obscure. Who is the person authorised to exercise functions of a similar nature? Depending on the context, there could be a variety of people who would fulfil that description. Furthermore, it seems to me to be ultra vires the power of the Archbishop's Council conferred by the miscellaneous provisions measure to make regulations to require the bishop of each diocese or the holder of any other specified office in the Church of England to provide the Council with specified information. So this amendment seeks to bring clarity and to cure the varies problem by setting out precisely who the default registration officer is in the event of a vacancy in the office of the specified registration officer or of an inability of that person to act. So in the case of an archbishop, it would be the senior bishop of the province. In the case of a diocesan bishop, it would be the senior suffragan bishop of the diocese, or if there is no suffragan bishop, the senior archdeacon. And in the case of the dean of a royal peculiar, it's the senior clergy person in that royal peculiar, or if there is no such clergy person, the person who is for the time being the registration officer for clergy who have authority to exercise ministry in the diocese in the area of which the royal peculiar is situated. Now, this form of words, although longer than its predecessor, leaves no doubt about which person is to exercise the registration officer function in the event of a vacancy or inability to act, and so fulfills the requirement of the enabling measure to identify the holder of a specified office. I beg to move, Chair.
I call on Bishop Viv to respond.
Bishop of Bristol, the full 009. On a procedural question, I didn't get the chance to respond under the previous amendment. So maybe I could do that in my summing up right at the end, very briefly, just for the record. On Clive Scowen's amendment, he does offer clarification on who becomes the registration officer in the event of a vacancy in C or the office of a Dean of Peculiar. We're grateful for that. We don't want a lack of clarity in this process, and I therefore accept the amendment.
Item 520 is now open for debate. I see no one asking to speak, so we move to a vote on item 520. This will be done by a simple Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has ended.
That is clearly carried. So I now call on the Reverend Paul Benfield to move his amendment, item 521. He has 3 minutes.
Paul Benfield, Blackburn 66. This amendment is, as it says in the explanatory statement, it simply corrects an omission by making the necessary provision for clergy who hold office on freehold rather than on common tenure. It is a rather complicated amendment, as you will see from the various paragraphs, and I would like to thank the legal office, Edward Dobson and Chris Packer, Legislative Counsel. There's been quite a lot of toing and froing between us, but we think we've got it right now, and it does what it aims to do. So I move the amendment which stands in my name.
I call on the Bishop to speak for not more than 3 minutes in reply to the amendment.
For Bishop of Bristol, 009. I agree with Paul Benfield. I'm glad that work has gone on behind the scenes to make sure this was helpfully worded, and I therefore accept the amendment.
Item 521 is now open to debate. I see no one indicating they wish to speak, so I now put item 521 to the vote using a simple Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open, will end in 1 minute. The voting period has ended.
That is clearly carried. We now move to the final amendment, item 522. I call on the Very Reverend Tim Barker to speak to his amendment. He may speak for up to 3 minutes.
Tim Barker, Dean of Guernsey, 236, Channel Islands. The Archdeacon of Man raised the language bar rather high before lunch, so Chair Warrow's Synod. In relation to item 518, Andrew Brown explained the legal context of the Crown dependencies. The Channel Islands, the bailiwicks of Guernsey and Jersey are independent of the UK, and the legal context is quite different to that in England in some particulars. So this is a necessary but technical amendment to ensure that the regulations are compatible with the law as it applies in the bailiwick of Guernsey and the bailiwick of Jersey. I'm also grateful to the staff of the legal office for their advice in dealing with this matter. I move the amendment standing in my name. Alep Ashoin Synod.
I call on the Bishop to speak for not more than 3 minutes in reply to the amendment.
Again, I'm for Bishop of Bristol 009 again. I am constrained by the English language. I accept the point that Tim has made, and I am very grateful for his amendment, as with others today, and I accept it.
Item 522 is now open for debate. I see no one indicating that they wish to speak on this item, so I now put item 522 to the vote This will be conducted by a simple Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has now ended.
That item is clearly carried. I now call on the Bishop to move item 507B, that the National Ministry Register Clergy Regulations 2020, as amended, be approved. She has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Full 009, Bishop of Bristol. I am very grateful for the contributions, particularly from the eagle-eyed amenders. If I had had the chance to speak under the previous amendment 519 to conclude, I had asked for Synod's advice. I got it, and I'm very happy with what you have decided. I think it's wise, and I think it continues the sense of change that there must be. It was good to hear the range of voices in that short debate. And to conclude with Stephen Trott's concern that this may be a shortcut, I hope that it will be a more effective, a more thorough, and give greater assurance in the work that particularly bishops' chaplains have to do in the area that you have raised. So I hope you are sufficiently reassured by that. And fellow members of Synod, I am, as I say, grateful for our common mind on this, and after 400 years, that finally there can be a national clergy register. I commend this to you, because I admit I've lost the wording that I meant to say at this point.
Thank you. Item 507B is now open for debate. I call on Mike Todd, followed by Neil Patterson, and the speech minute is 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Mike Todd, Truro 423. I want to pick up on a question, a point that was made in the opening part of the debate, as to why this register only includes clergy, when an increasing amount of ministry is being provided by non-clergy. When the miscellaneous provisions #2 measure was being developed, as I recall it, the initial intention was to produce a national clergy register in response to shortcomings identified from a safeguarding point of view. But quite quickly it was recognised that the breadth of ministry in the Church of England goes well beyond that of the clergy. So perhaps as a slight correction to Bishop Viv, we're not here in these regulations creating a national clergy register. We are doing part of the work to create a national ministry register. But when the original measure was extended to include other people than clergy, it was recognised also that, firstly, registering the clergy was the most important priority, and also extending it to all people holding lay office was a complex piece of work. And therefore it was agreed to allow a phased introduction of the register so that we could get on with the as quickly as possible with the important task of a register for clergy. But the rest of the work is still to be done. And in many ways, the register of people holding lay offices, it's more complex, yet it's almost even more important because of that complexity. It's complex because of how do you deal with all the points that we've had to make minor corrections to today with regard to clergy. But nevertheless, and at the time the measure went through, we hadn't even heard of the term mixed ecology. But following the enthusiastic introduction of that term to our language earlier this week, completing the scope of the National Ministry Register will be increasingly important, as people with holding lay offices will in many cases be exercising ministry as being the lead person in a particular place. So I don't know whether Bishop Fiv is able to give us some idea of the timescales for the work stream, but it really is important that we do finish this task in due time and not wait until we're pushed into it by adverse events.
Neil Patterson, please.
Neil Patterson, Hereford 128. I suspect, being a diocesan officer and a member of the Synod, I'm, like many of you, a heavy user of Crockford's Online. And if you are, I wonder if you noticed, as I have, that I think more clergy are choosing to opt out of having a public entry there, and particularly, I think, newer clergy. And I just thought, as we choose, I think quite rightly, to make it a public matter on a register we keep, we might think about why that is in terms of clergy well-being and public ministry. I do wonder if there are some clergy who wish not to be so publicly known. Many of us will know that occupying a public office exposes one to unsolicited contact. Not, of course, clergy, but many of you who follow Jane Ozanne's feed will know that she endures a formidable and disgraceful stream of hate mail for her perfectly legitimate stance. There are clergy who may endure similar things or fear similar things. Inevitably, that such mail is also, seems to me, very frequently misogynist and directed against women in a particularly unpleasant way. So I think there's a question for clergy well-being about communicating to the clergy what it will mean to be on a public register. I note, of course, that contact details will not necessarily be made public, but they can often be found out once clergy are identified and known. Clergy who may feel they are anonymous may have to recognise that they are not. But behind that is a formational issue, and this, I suppose, is for the bishops, the TEIs, and DDOs like me. We need to keep teaching those who enter public ministry, and this will be true for many forms of licensed and public lay ministry as well, that to occupy a public office is to be known and to be accountable. That is the yoke one takes up. I think some of those entering public ministry may not know that as fully as they should. So those are the reflections as I support this regulation and will vote for it in due course. Thank you.
Mary Durlacher, followed by Tiffa Robinson, please.
Am I unmuted? Can you hear me? Thank you, Chair. I think the last speaker, Neil, has a great point, which is protection of public data in the fairly invidious age in which we live, and also against the background of greater roles for laity as clergy cuts are being proposed and might happen. Well, it's going to be much greater need for laity. I'd like to know how they're going to encouraged the locals. So many decisions on who's going to take a service necessarily takes place a bit at the last minute if there's sickness and illness. How are we going to run the thing if every time there's going to be consultation with this list? We can't even keep an up-to-date list of deanery members. How are we really going to make it work? And how's it not going to cost a lot more money to do so?
Thank you. Tifa Robinson, please.
Tifa Robinson, 209 Eds and Ips. Thank you for calling me chair. A few years ago, someone who shall remain nameless managed to convince large numbers of Church of England clergy that he was a bona fide Anglican cleric, including several bishops. And he managed to officiate at a funeral in a cathedral, also dressed and styled as a Church of England priest. He was interviewed by the Church Times and appeared on local media speaking about church affairs on a regular basis. Eventually, he was approached by his local archdeacon, and after that he desisted from the deception and has ceased to style himself as a priest. The challenge faced by those of us who are concerned about this fairly widespread deception was that it is very hard to prove an absence of valid orders. Not being in Crockford, as we've already heard, is not evidence that someone isn't ordained. He'd claimed to clergy friends of his to have been ordained overseas, and it was very difficult to ascertain from the likely provinces that he had not been ordained there. This register would have proved incredibly helpful, as it would have meant that people could have quickly and easily checked whether he was what he claimed to be. Of course, it still wouldn't have proved that such a person had not been validly ordained overseas, but it would have made it clear that he had never held office in the Church of England in any way. I wholeheartedly support this new register for the sake of safeguarding in such situations, bizarre though they may be. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on John Wilson, after which I will test the mind of the Synod on a motion for closure.
Thank you, Chair. John Wilson, Lichfield 340. Thank you for calling me. I welcome the development of this register. It's taken 400 years, we're told, to get to that. In Church of England terms, that's quite speedy. It's important that we have this public register, but mine is really a query. Looking at the government website, listed amongst the recognised counter-signatories for passports is ministers of a recognised religion. And I just wonder whether or not we would encourage, say, agencies such as the Passport Office to check against that register to make sure that when somebody gets their passport application signed by somebody who says they're a clerk in Holy Orders, that they actually are on the register. So it really is an important one, but I do welcome the publication of this new register. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put forward a motion for closure on item 507B. This will be conducted by a simple Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has ended.
The motion for closure is clearly carried. I now call on Bishop Viv to respond. She has up to 5 minutes.
Fifth Fall, Bishop of Bristol, 009. Thank you for all those who have contributed at this stage and throughout the debate. Mike Todd, thank you for your reminder that this is just part of a process. The work on the ministry, lay ministry register will follow as soon as it can be, but there is some hard thinking to go on about the variety of lay ministries which now gloriously exist in the Church of England. The measure that we passed previously you did make the decision that the clergy register should be at the start. So that's what we're doing today, and I think we're nearly there. On Mary Derlicast's point, in general terms, this will enable keeping a register much easier, and it should be much easier for making sure there is certainty about visiting clergy and clergy newly arrived in a multi-parish benefice or other form of combined work. When it comes to lay ministry, that's one of the reasons that this is coming up afterwards, because it is more complicated and there may well be, as you say, more frequent changes. But that is being addressed and will be considered. John Wilson, it's an interesting idea about the passport counter-signatures being checked. It's probably not the business for today, but I'm sure others will note it. Tiffany Robinson, thank you so much for reminding us of the risk of personation and how difficult it has been in the past. So this is a really important step up. And Neil Patterson, thank you for reminding us both of the responsibilities that come with ordination, that you do enter public office, but thank you also for reminding all of us that that can bring vulnerability. I am very aware of that, and there is provision that if somebody is for very good reason needing to keep their location away from the public domain, there will be a national decision about whether that should be possible, and that they should simply be ascribed to the diocese in which they hold the bishop's license, so that there is that assurance. Thank you all for your contributions in what has been, I think, a good debate, and above all, I hope in a minute, a decision that will take the church forward.
Thank you, Bishop. I now put item 507B, that the National Ministry Register, Clergy Regulations 2020, as amended, be approved, to the vote. This will be done by a simple Zoom poll.
The voting period is now open and will end in 1 minute. The voting period has ended.
That was clearly carried. The regulations as amended will now be referred to the Archbishop's Council and, once made, laid before Parliament under the Statutory Instruments Act 1946. That concludes this item of business. Thank you, Synod. Before I pass on to the Archbishop of Canterbury to prorogue this group of sessions, I'm sorry to have to share with you some sad news. Many of you will know that Simon Baines, a member of the House of Laity for St Albans, has been very ill for some time. I need to share with you the sad news that Simon died on Monday in his own home. He was a keen member of Synod and supported the Church in many ways. I know he will be missed by family, friends, and the Synod. We will now keep a moment of silence. I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. I now pass over to the Archbishop of Canterbury.
In the name of God, Amen. We, Justin Portal, by divine providence, Archbishop of Canterbury, do now prorogue this synod to and until the 26th day of February next, subject to the powers exercisable by the presidents under the Constitution and the standing order of the Synod. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for this time that we have spent, for the technology, for the skills necessary to have carried out our business. We give you thanks especially for those who have supported it in the background and their very hard work. We bless you and pray for your blessing on them. We remember before you especially Simon Baines, his wife Claire, and their children. We thank you for his courage and faith in his long journey, a journey which ends in your presence, in light eternal and joy everlasting. We pray especially for those most bereaved. And so now, in the hope of the ending of our own journeys, of our coming into your presence, may the peace of God, which passes all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and love of God and of his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. The blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit be amongst you and remain with you always. Amen. I was about to say have a safe journey home, but most of you are probably already there. Have a nice cup of tea And thank you for your attendance and for your work over the last 3 days.